Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here live for another Walnut Creek Crawdads game. The Walnut Creek Crawdads have traveled over to the Alameda to take on the Alameda Merchants here today. I'm Amar Khan here, joined by Olivia. Olivia, how are you today?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited to be back. You know, the Crawdads just had 2 off days, except we had a fantastic media day yesterday.
Yes.
But I'm excited to be back playing some baseball.
And speaking of being back, this will be the third time the Crawdads will be playing the Alameda Merchants this week alone. That first game on Saturday, last game on Sunday, which we'll get more into later on in the show. 73 degrees here, right before pitch off. First pitch at 6 p.m. So nice weather, definitely better than the weather back home in the Tri-Valley. Now the Crawdads will be entering this game 15-7, first in the CCL North, but are losers of 2 of their last 3 games. Meanwhile, the Merchants on a 1-game win streak, nonetheless. That one win coming against the Walnut Creek Crawdads, 7-13 entering this matchup, 6th in the CCL North, so still last in the conference. So again, the Crawdads last played the Merchants at Laney College on Sunday. Lost at a very, very close game. Despite several attempts in the last 3 innings, the Crawdads just lost 3-2. And, as mentioned before, coming off of that tight loss to the Merchants after beating them in a close win on Saturday. Olivia, take it away. Tell us how the history of this matchup between these two teams so far this season.
Well, again, as we've mentioned about the history between these two, the first time the Crawdads went up against the Merchants, they won in a dominating fashion. The first game they played was on June 8th, and then shortly followed by June 15th, where the Crawdads won 17-1 in that first matchup, and then 12-3. And so we're going to be seeing the Merchants again. We saw them this past Sunday, but we're going to be seeing them again today, this upcoming Thursday at home, and then one more time later in the season on July 23rd. So while we didn't have the matchup or the outcome of the matchup we won on Sunday, we're going to look to, keep it up with these next few matchups. But, speaking of Sunday's game, it was a lot closer than these past 2 times that we've seen them. The Crawdads ended up losing 3-2, and it was a tough game for the Dads, but they fought until the very end. The Merchants were playing extremely smart, very strategic, especially when we saw in the bottom of the 9th inning, when the Crawdads had one last chance to potentially tie the game, if not pull ahead to avoid extra innings. The Merchants were switching in that bottom of the 9th inning. They switched in 3 different pitchers, including accounting for our 2 lefty hitters, Aiden Camberg and Cole Kosciuszko, where they switched in a pitcher specifically to go up against them. So again, they were playing very strategically, and credit to them. That was, I think ultimately that did give them an advantage in the end. Besides that, the Dads and the Merchants had a very similar game. Both had 5 hits, with the Dads having 3 errors and the Merchants having 2. Everything was close. We just couldn't finish in the end. And another thing we struggled with, which might have been a constant or something consistently we've struggled with in the past few games, has been capitalizing when we have runners in scoring position. Again, the Dads were not able to do that yesterday, and so they ended the game with 2 runs, but hopefully looking for more today.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think my biggest issue again with Crawdads being able to build momentum, even defensively too. We saw a couple of times Nico DeFazio having issues securing ground balls. It just seemed like as you mentioned, the 3 errors, it just seemed like those crucial mistakes ultimately added up in the end. Because again, they only lost 3-2. You clean up on those errors. Maybe you have 1 error, maybe you even have 2, but you might walk away with that. And as you said too, having runners on base, not being able to capitalize, that also hurt them too. So again, fixable mistakes, fixable things, especially what we've seen this team do the last 3 times they faced. The 3 wins that they've had against this Merchants team, the 2 coming dominating fashion, the one on Saturday coming off of a walk-off. But nonetheless, the Crawdads have shown that they can more than very well compete against this team. It's just they really blew that game, more so because of their mistakes. And that's not to discredit anything that the Merchants did, but the Crawdads definitely know that they can definitely improve on what they did. I think the biggest thing, too, and I always talk about this with the Crawdads, whether it was that 7-game win streak that they were on, or even after that 3rd game this season, they went on that massive winning streak. The common trend, especially when they were playing teams like the Legends, was they were getting runs early into the game. In this last game that they played, they were down. They didn't score a run till the 7th inning. Right, and we talk about this. The Crawdads, even in the comeback wins that they had, like the one on Saturday, they have these innings where they'll go on, an inning where they'll have multiple runs, right? That can help them get back into a game even after a slump, like the one game they had against the Slow Blues where they scored 20, right, or where they had 20 runs. Excuse me. They had an inning where, obviously that's an anomaly with the amount of runs they had, but nonetheless, it was that cluster of runs that they were able to muster. They didn't have that luck, unfortunately, in this game due to errors and just not capitalizing. But nonetheless, definitely an uncharacteristic game for the Crawdads in the last game, which, as you mentioned, they get to take back their revenge today. Now, with that being said, let's go over to today's lineup, the batting order. Casey Cummings starting first at center field. Isaiah Walker second at second base. Cole Kosciuszko at first base. Cam Calvillo fourth at shortstop. Mark Wahlberg at right field. Sixth is Ethan Liao, who will be the designated hitter. Aiden Camberg at left field. Nico DeFazio at third base. And Nikhil Beasley at catcher. So a little bit of a different a look here for the Crawdads, but nonetheless, you still have, Cole Kosciuszko, you have Isaiah Walker, guys that have been, of course, crucial, for the Crawdads. And I think this is going to be a really big game, good bounce back game for Nico DeFazio here at third base. Olivia, is there anything that sticks out to you from today's lineup?
When I look for a coach to post the lineup, I always look into that designated hitter position, and I'm always interested in who he decides to put there. Today is going to be Ethan Liao as our designated hitter, and I like this pick, honestly. In the past, we've seen recently Jackson Bird. If Cole Kosciuszko has a day off, maybe he'll fill that spot. But Ethan Liao came in and filled for Owen Firestone last game in the bottom of the ninth inning in hopes to score a run, and so it looks like coach trusts him, and so I'm excited to see how he will perform today.
Definitely, and I think just to add on the Ethan Liao started off the season with a bang, right? And then we haven't really heard much from him, in the last week and a half or two. But then again, we go back to that Saturday game, which was super close, but they won, on a walk-off. Ethan Liao was one of the main contributors late in that game, that seventh, eighth inning, that helped this team get back into the driver's seat. So definitely excited to see how Liao can build on that and build momentum on that. With that being said, Olivia, can you do the honors of taking us through tonight's pitching matchup between these two?
I can indeed. For the Crawdads today, we have Ryan Delaney as the starting pitcher. He is 6'1", 195-pound junior, currently attending Bucknell University. Coming into this game, he has 5 appearances on the summer with a 5.75 ERA in the league with 20.1 innings pitched. On the season, he has 7 strikeouts to 14 walks, and his last appearance was July 2nd when he was credited with a 3-2 victory over the Stompers. Here he pitched the most he's pitched this season with 4.1 innings, again, a season high, and had 3 strikeouts, his second season high, and 3 walks. So overall from Ryan Delaney, compared to some other performances we might have seen this season, a very, very solid performance. And then for the Merchants, we have Harry Tews starting. He is 6', 195-pound righty, attending Holy Names University. He's last in the batting order and has had 5 appearances on the season. He does come into this game with a 9.76 ERA, which is pretty notable. However, he's pitched 15.2 innings with 17 strikeouts and 21 walks. So maybe not their strongest pitcher that they're putting out there. It's going to be interesting. Again, they've been very strategic with their pitchers. It looks like their coaches, again, studied our lineups, know who their pitchers are going up against. So it'll be interesting to see who takes the mound and who's on there longer.
Yeah, and just to add on to that too, that's I think really what kind of threw off the Crawdads on Saturday, especially, and then in their last game as well too, as you mentioned, throwing in 3 different pitchers alone late in that game on Sunday, and then even Saturday facing a pitcher that they never faced before. That was a curveball, no pun intended, thrown at the Crawdads that I think really threw them off. Especially after winning those first 2 in dominating fashion. But with that being said, today is a beautiful day, another beautiful day for Crawdads baseball here live from Alameda, California. The Walnut Creek Crawdads will take the Alameda Merchants on to try to get back on track here. First pitch here just shortly. We'll pass it on to Carson and Austin, but I'm Amar Khan here live with Olivia. Thank you so much. Have a great day, and go Dads.
Crawdads have dropped 2 of their last 3, including losing 2 straight on the road. They'll have another road game here at Patdale Field at the College of Alameda. Hello, everyone, and welcome into the broadcast booth. My name is Carson Mercier alongside Austin Oda. It's the Alameda Merchants playing host to the Walnut Creek Crawdads. These 2 teams going at it for the 3rd game of a 4-game series. It's been an interesting series for the Crawdads, to say the least, including a loss on Sunday, a 3-2 loss, which the Dads just never had it.
In both of the games that the Crawdads have lost this week, the story has been, if the Crawdads win, it's not a pretty win. It's not a win you feel good about. They were able to pull through last weekend, but then at Laney College the other day were unable to do so. It's just been kind of ugly baseball for the Crawdads recently. Even in the win streak, even the latter days of the win streak, it wasn't exactly the prettiest, and now losers of 2 of 3. It just hasn't been great baseball, which we're not used to saying, especially with this iteration of the Walnut Creek Crawdads.
They'll look to get it back going with a lineup that looks like this. Casey Cummings leads off. He's in center field. Isaiah Walker bats second, plays second. Cole Kosciuszko slides in the 3-hole. He's at first base. Cam Calvillo in the 4-hole. He's at short. Mark Wolbert is in right field. Ethan Liao does the DH duties. Aiden Camberg's out and left. Nico DeFazio plays at the hot corner with Nikhil Beasley, the catcher, rounding it out for the Crawdads. They'll be going up against a familiar right-hander, Harry Tews.
Harry Tews 0-2, 9.76 ERA on the summer.
First pitch of the ball game, a little bit low, and we're underway from the College of Alameda. 6:07 first pitch time, 73 degrees and sunny is your temperature. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball taken on the outside and a called strike to even it up 1-1. First pitch time and temperature brought to you by Meadowlark Dairy, trying to hang on to the Old Town vibe since the early 1900s. Two's home with the 1-1. Fastball kind of just floats high, and 2-1 on the Crawdad leadoff man.
For a while, Tews was the worst qualified pitcher in terms of ERA, but has jumped under the qualifying innings limit.
2-1 down low, 3 balls and a strike.
And he struggled this year. 21 innings, 17 strikeouts to 21 walks. Again, ERA over 9 means over a run an inning.
3-1 pitch on the way. Fastball atop the zone and a called strike, so the count goes full on Casey Cummings.
And this is the second time in 2 years the Crawdads have faced him. Pitched for the Alameda Anchors last summer.
Payoff pitch. Curveball lifted into center field. Center fielder Granucci started back. Now ranges in a few steps, reaches up two-handed to make the catch. Let's take a quick look at the Alameda defense. Casey Levitt McGee's out in left. Rocco Granucci's in center. Jack Rogers in right. Infield, third to first. Blake Jacobs, Jace Jeremiah, Brady Wetzel, Rocco Borelli, with Frank Zapata doing the catching for Harry Tews. Here's Isaiah Walker, another right-handed batter for the Crawdads. Tews from the windup, first pitch, curveball in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. Yeah, Tews made a start for the Anchors last season, an on-league game against these Crawdads as the 0-1 gets to the backstop, bounced in front of home plate.
He was pretty good.
He was. 5 innings, 3 runs.
4 runs?
4 runs, but 3 earned.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
5 Ks, a couple of walks, 1-1 pitch. Walker a little bit late, sends it the other way. He's down in the count 1-2.
And my click to pick, we haven't done that officially recently, but my click to pick, a guy that homered against him in that game, a guy that I think needs a big day today, the guy that led off with a flyout, Casey Cummings.
1-2 pitch to Walker, fastball taken, strike 3. 2 up, 2 down for Harry Tews in the top of the first. Walker goes down looking.
And the other similarity between that game and this one is the woman behind home plate, Angela Nori, was behind the dish in both that game and this one. We've seen Nori a couple times, bigger strike zone, something the Crawdads have struggled with recently, something that really plagued them with Paul Remedios behind the plate in their last loss.
First pitch to Kosciuszko, curveball kind of sends it over our heads and into the track. Onto the track. It's
Patdale Field.
It's a nice college stadium.
Yeah.
Pretty quiet, pretty small, not a lot going on. The 0-1 to Kosciuszko misses in by the hands. Count evens 1-1. No score, top of the first inning at the College of Alameda. Crawdads coming into today, 15-7. Merchants 7-13 as the 1-1 pitch misses outside to the left-handed hitter. But the Crawdads trying to get it going again. The offense just hasn't been as great, but really the main factor is they haven't been able to hit with runners in scoring position as Kosciuszko drills this down the right field line, but it'll hook and a foul ball. Counts 2-2.
Good looking swing. Haven't seen that a ton from Cole of late. Was the hottest player on the planet for a while. Has cooled down pretty substantially.
In a 2-2 count with 2 outs in the top of the first, the pitch is lunged for and just fouled back of home plate. We'll do another 2-2 pitch. Even with the kind of cold streak that Kosciuszko's going through right now, still OPSing over 1,000. And but has struggled in this series against the Merchants. The 2-2. Another curveball, another foul ball back over our heads. We'll do it again. Good to see him battle here with 2 strikes. Was so far in the series 1 for 7. Couple of walks. Saw an 8-game hitting streak come to an end a couple of days ago. Looking to put a new one together. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch home is a curveball laced into center field, and he does just that. A 2-strike, 2-out single for Cole Kosciuszko. It'll bring up Cameron Calvillo.
Really good to see. Fought off a couple pitches off the outside on 2 balls and 2 strikes, and then got one that hung a little bit and took it right back where it came from. Got a knock out of it.
Calvillo playing short today. We've seen him at third for, I'd say, most of the season with the arrival of Nico DeFazio. The 2 will flip-flop today. Calvillo, 347, a homer. 10 runs batted in. First pitch to him. This is outside. It's 1-0. Crawdads, red tops, gray pants with a single black pinstripe running through down to the thigh. Crawdads across the chest, block lettering in black. 1-0 pitch in the dirt, blocked by the catcher Zapata. Taking off for second is Kosciuszko. Throw down there, not in time. Kosciuszko will advance on the wild pitch. Crawdads have a runner in scoring position.
And this is the area that they've really struggled with recently. Guys in runners in scoring position have not had a lot of success. Cam Calvillo stranded more than a pair in the last game. Had a couple big opportunities, most notably in the 9th. Bases loaded, 2 outs, couldn't get anything done.
2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs, top of the first. 2-0, fouled back of home plate, 2-1.
But it was about as reassuring of an 0 for 4 for both Calvillo and Kosciuszko as you can get the other day. 4 hard hit balls from both of them.
Yeah, including that one to end the ball game. Line drive right at the center fielder, who at the time was Wyatt Thames. 2 balls and a strike. Calvillo waits. 2s. Comes set. A deep breath. The pitch is a curveball popped up. Back to the right side. Count will even. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Same count Kosciuszko found himself in, now in a protect mode. Calvillo, not a guy who strikes out a lot.
No score, top of the first inning. Crawdads have a runner on second. It's Cole Kosciuszko. He takes his lead with 2 outs. 2s come set. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2's a couple of looks back towards second. The pitch is bounced on the ground third base side, but out of the reach of Blake Jacobs and a foul ball.
Every time you see Cam Calvillo's strikeout numbers, it kind of seems unreal. Like 3 of them on a summer is stupid for a summer that's about 2/3 of the way over.
He's got only 1 strikeout his last 46 at-bats.
It had 2 in a game in Menlo, and it was weird. He doesn't strike out against anyone other than Menlo.
2-2. And a good spit on a curveball in the dirt. The count will run full.
I shouldn't say he doesn't. I should say he hasn't struck out against anyone but the Legends.
In a full count here with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Just waggles his bat over home plate. 2s will step off the back of the mound and reset. Try and get on the same page with his catcher, Frank Zapata. Peers towards home plate, comes set at the belt. The payoff pitch, looping curveball lined the other way and a foul ball. So the Crawdads just continue to put good enough swings on with 2 strikes here to stay alive. Looked like a curveball kind of backed up on 2s. Hung it a little bit. Calvillo just got a piece. Going to stay alive for another. Infield, outfield, straight up. Second baseman Brady Wetzel lightly holds the runner off second base. 3-2 pitch, lifted into left field pretty deep. McGee going back, now backpedals in front of the track. He's got room to make the catch. A 2-out single for Cole Kosciuszko. He's left stranded on second base. Crawdads don't score in the top half. Here come the Merchants on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Merchants coming to bat after the Crawdads were unsuccessful trying to score in the top half of the first inning. Let's take a look at their starting 9. Leading off the catcher, Frank Zapata. Jack Rogers bats second. He's in right. Rocco Borelli plays first, bats third. Casey Levitt McGee's out in left. Kai Young does the DH duties. Rocco Granucci's in center. Jace Jeremiah at short. Blake Jacobs, Brady Wetzel playing third and second. It's the lefty, Ryan Delaney on the hill.
Point streak says 1-1. Give him 2-1, Mrs. Delaney. That one's for you. 5.75 ERA, 20 in the third inning, 7 strikeouts, 14 walks, coming off his best league outing of the summer.
First pitch is laced into left center field. Camberg racing over. He's not going to get it. It splits the gap. Taken off for second, Zapata. Throw goes there and a little bit late. Head first slide. Zapata's in safely and a leadoff double to start the bottom of the first inning.
All right. Adversity early on. First pitch, kind of a hanger. Thought he could get a strike over on the leadoff batter, Zapata, who one of the best hitters on this team. Guy that is one of the leaders in average RBI on this squad, and he does what he's supposed to do with it.
I'll bring up Jack Rogers, Merchants right fielder. Probably one of the last guys the Crawdads want to see in this spot. Nobody out, bottom of the first inning. Delaney home, fastball lined sharply past the dive of Nico DeFazio into the left field corner. Gonna score is Zapata. Going for second is Rogers. He slides feet first. And back-to-back doubles as the Merchants take a 1-0 lead.
All right, so some adversity from Delaney early on. Again, just try to do a little get-me-over with the first pitch fastball. And Rogers, like I said to the first hitter, Zapata, does what he's supposed to do with it. Tucks it in past the dive of the third baseman, DeFazio. 2 hard-hit balls. And the first 4 in this lineup are kind of certified Crawdad killers.
In just 2 pitches, the Merchants take the lead. Here's Rocco Borelli. Right-handed batter waits. Delaney comes home, and a curveball this time misses down low. So 1-0 the count. And this being the third game of this 4-game series, the Merchants have now led in the first inning in all 3 games. Rogers increases his lead off second, but stays put as the 1-0 misses high, 2-0. I mean, we talked about it on Sunday. This is a completely different Merchants team than when we saw them for the first 2 times of the year.
Very different. I mean, they've really led or they've been in control for just about all but an inning.
2-0, just off the outside. So 3 balls and no strikes on Rocco Borelli. Crawdads already trailing in the bottom of the first inning. Nobody out. Delaney 2 looks back to second. The 3-0 down low. A 4-pitch walk after back-to-back doubles. And the job's not going to get any easier with Casey Levitt McGee coming up.
Maybe the hottest hitter in the conference right now. Since the last time these 2 teams played, I should say, before this series, 17 for his last 33, 5.15 average over what is now 3 to 4 weeks of play.
And it's something that we talked about last year, guys that have hitter's presence.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. Big, tall lefty. Waits for the first pitch. It's a fastball on the corner and called a strike, 0-1. On the year for Levitt McGee, no homers, but 389 average with 5 runs batted in. In an RBI spot here, runners on first and second, nobody out in the bottom of the first. Delaney set. Here's the pitch. 1 misses off the outside, and a ball and a strike.
It's an interesting angle because you can really hear everything the coaches are saying. The third base coach for the Anchors got upset at the Merchants, I should say, got upset at the runner at first for not following a sign, and Brent Cummings said, "It's frustrating, isn't it?"
1-1. Fastball nicely located. That's strike 2.
It's where he's got to live, right at the knees. The fastball's got some arm side run. If you can get it at the knees to a lefty, a lot of rollovers, ground ball, and you're feeling a lot better here.
Delaney in search of his first strikeout of the day and the first out of the day. 1-2 pitch. Slider off the outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Levitt McGee, we didn't see him in the Sunday game. Saw him on Saturday at Monte Vista. Went 4 for 5 with 2 RBIs and a double. He's been hot. And a 2-2 count here. Both runners extend their leads as the 2-2 pitch misses outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes on the number 4 man in the Merchants lineup. It's a Merchants team that doesn't strike out all that often. Usually puts up pretty good at-bats. They've done that so far today. Payoff pitch from Delaney. Runner goes off third, and this one fouled off the other direction. We'll do a 3-2 again. I think probably best case scenario for Delaney and the Crawdads. Looked like Jack Rogers had third base stolen. Nobody out. Bottom of the first inning, a run already home. Merchants have runners on first and second. Rogers off second, Borelli off first. Eleventh McGee at the dish, waits the 3-2 pitch. Delaney comes home, fastball popped up left side. It'll get out of play, and we'll do it again.
Like you said, that's exactly what this Merchants team is going to do. They're not going to strike out a ton. They're going to make them make a play. It's been the theme for the Crawdads all summer. And the Merchants, while they've been winning a lot of games recently, that and dominant pitching, that's what's been getting them through. Low strikeout rate, low walk rate, but they put the ball in play, and they have fun with it.
3 balls, 2 strikes, one more time. The pitch is a curveball, slapped the other direction, and another foul ball. The at-bat will continue. Another just protect me swing from Casey Levitt McGee. Barely got a piece, almost lunging out over the plate.
And it's a good pitch, too. Big curveball over the outside. Would have been called strike 3 as it dropped in lefty-lefty. You don't see pretty swings on that often, and that's exactly what happened with Levitt McGee, but he was able to get it out of the glove of Beasley.
3-2. Fastball laced into the right center gap. It'll get down. It's a base hit. Rogers rounding third. He has scored. Throw goes to third, and Borelli slides in feet first. Taking second on the throw is Casey Levitt McGee, and it's 2-0 Merchants.
Just not the start the Crawdads needed today. Trying to break a 2 of 3 skid and go 1-2-3 in the first, and all of a sudden, the Merchants on the other end, 2 in scoring position, still nobody out, 3 hard hit balls and a walk. Not pretty so far for Walnut Creek.
Give Casey Levitt McGee a single and an RBI if you're scoring at home. Advances to second on the throw. Borelli leads off third, McGee off second. Here's Kaihukai Young, the Merchants DH. Right-handed batter. Takes the first pitch fastball for a called strike at the top of the zone. Count goes to 0-1. Delaney has struggled in this inning. He struggled early in his last outing against the Stompers as the 0-1 pitch is hit into straightaway center field. Cummings has a beat on it. Tagging from third is Borelli. Here comes the throw from center field. It'll be cut off by Kosciuszko, and the Merchants take a 3-0 lead in the first, but Ryan Delaney's able to get the first out.
And it looked like Casey Cummings almost got tripped up in center field because as he made the catch, he started moving towards home plate with all of his energy and ended up just hesitating. Couldn't make a throw. Third run of the inning.
Bring up Rocco Granucci, another right-handed batter in the Merchants lineup. First pitch swinging, first pitch line drive into right field. Wolbert is right there. Little hop up to make the catch and keep the runner on second base. So Ryan Delaney is able to get the second out of the inning.
But still, everything this inning, hard hit. That one a line drive the other way. Took the pitch with arm side run and kind of matched the trajectory going to the right side.
Now Jace Jeremiah with a runner on second and 2 outs. Bottom of the third inning, 3-0. Merchants leading over the Crawdads. Right-handed batter ready. First pitch swinging, and he fouls it off straight back of home plate. It's 0-1. A lot of first pitch swings from these Merchants batters today, trying to get on Delaney early. 0-1. Outside.
And you think big inning, 3 runs in an inning, you think it's going to be a high pitch count, but only 19 for Delaney, and that's a result of that. The first 2 batters doubled on the first pitch. Last out on the first pitch, a lot of early hacks.
1-1. Line drive, right field corner. Wolbert heading over towards the line. He makes the catch on the run to end the inning. Merchants get 3 runs on 3 hits, a walk. They lead it 3-0 after 1. We'll go to the second here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. already 3-0 as the Crawdads come to bat for the second time today. Wolbert, Liao, Camberg, still Harry Twos on the mound for the Merchants. Ryan Delaney struggled in the first inning. First 4 batters of the inning, able to reach a couple of doubles, a walk, a single. It was only about a 22, 23 pitch inning, but just didn't go his way as Wolbert takes down low 1-0. So Crawdads facing a deficit again against these Merchants. 1-0 misses high by the hands. It's 2-0.
The good news, the silver lining, I should say, is that the Crawdads have a pretty deep bullpen today. 6 or 7 guys that you could use. It's been a rough stretch, but the Crawdads really haven't played a ton recently.
2-0 on the outside corner, called a strike, 2-1. Of course, 2 off days this week. 2 off days.
2 off days last week. There'll be 2 off days next week.
2-0, change up in the dirt. Or 2-1 in the dirt, so it's now 3-1. 3-1 pitch to Wolbert. Pops it up over our heads, out of play. Count will go full.
It's a very different CCL July than it is June. June is a gauntlet. June is truly 6 games a week, and the Crawdads will play 6 until Monday before off days on Tuesday and Wednesday. But it's a different look to the schedule once it hits July.
3-2. Looked like an off-speed pitch. It misses up high. Ball 4. So a leadoff walk to start the second. We'll bring up Ethan Liao.
Got to keep this guy hot against the Merchants. He has been phenomenal. The team that he's hit most, 636 against Alameda, one of his 2 home runs. Has struggled recently. Was 0 for 1 in a pinch hit appearance the other day, but get him going again.
Wolbert leads off first. First pitch to Liao. Big curveball. Didn't curve much, and it's 1-0. Crawdads trailing 3-0 in the top of the second inning. 1-0. Fastball, swing and a miss. Liao couldn't catch up. It's 1-1.
It's been a lot of changeups, a lot of curveballs, a lot of sliders from Twos, and goes 1-0. Fastball on the outside. Liao just didn't look ready for it. Almost looked like Twos quick pitched it a little bit.
Ball and a strike. Twos home, and what looked like it had some cut on it. Whatever it was, it misses outside. It's 2-1. Yeah, you say we've seen a lot of changeups, curveballs from Twos. He comes set. Well, before he comes set, he has that changeup grip. Certainly been the primary. 2-1. This one looked like an off speed. It misses high, so it's 3-1.
We got a request from Kyle Jacobs to move the camera behind home plate. We unfortunately can't.
Yeah. Sorry. 3-1. Big cut on a pitch down below the zone, and it's 3-2. Yeah, we are positioned here. Kind of.
Trust me, I wish we could move the camera behind home plate, but no tables in this entire facility.
Camera angle that you are seeing is the same angle that we have. It's not ideal, but we're working through it. 3-2 will have to wait. Throw over. Wolbert back standing. We should get multiple camera angles.
We should.
Yeah. What would that entail?
I've heard there's a potential that it will be installed next year.
3-2. Popped up. Foul ground. First base side. Borelli shields the sun with his glove. Reaches up. Makes the catch. Liao is retired for the first out.
Tough at bat was up 3-1. Went down digging on a 3-1 off-speed pitch and fouled it off, and then had to fight with 2 strikes. Tried to saw it off. Does a good job to at least get a piece of the barrel on the ball, but couldn't do anything with it.
So I'll bring up Aiden Camberg, Crawdad left fielder. Crawdads trailing 3-0, top of the second inning. Wolbert, small lead off first, not going anywhere, and the first pitch misses high to Aiden Camberg, 1-0. Aiden was 0 for 4 in that game a couple of days ago against the Merchants. That was a home game for the Merchants, but not here at the College of Alameda. It was at Tom Pierce Diamond as the 1-0 is taken for a strike. Kind of cool. Have 2 home facilities.
It's like the 2020 Blue Jays.
Yeah. 1-1. Camberg laces it back up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Wolbert thought about heading for third. He'll stop at second, but a 1-out single for Aiden Camberg. He needed that.
Yeah, that's a sight for sore eyes. 0 for his last 8, hitless in his last 3 games. Gets a 1-1 hanger and does exactly what he's taught to with it. Hits it right back up the box. The swing's been there. The EVs have been there. Just the results have not.
So now Nico DeFazio with runners on first and second, one out. DeFazio, another crawdad at the bottom of this lineup that has kind of struggled as of late. First pitch swinging on a curveball, pops it up right side. Borelli looking for the fence, runs into it, and the ball lands out of play in the Crawdads dugout, 0-1.
I think Charlie just hopped the fence. He was coaching first, and from his first base coaching box, kind of tracked the ball himself, and then popped himself over the fence. That was cool.
He's athletic.
Yeah.
No ball is a strike. Twos is a slow worker.
Very.
He comes set. Takes a couple of deep breaths and comes home with the 0-1. Curveball in the dirt and a nice stop by Frank Zapata. Wolbert had thought about taking off for third, but kind of took a couple of shuffle steps and retreats back to second.
Very slow worker. Takes his time, controls the game.
1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. The pitch fouled off the other direction. It's 1-2.
But the fastball looks like it's got a little giddy up to it. Like
I think it gives you the perception that it's got more than it does.
Yeah,
Cause
because he throws so many other pitches and
Yeah.
just goes so much soft stuff that it looks like the Crawdads hitters are a split second behind the fastball every time.
doesn't throw it much. He's in a 1-2 count to Nico DeFazio, trying to stay alive. 1-2 pitch. Fastball is actually out in front of this one, but just taps it foul. Count will stay 1-2.
And I like the adjustment. Was behind the fastball before. Was a little early for the fastball this time. Now find the happy medium. Get a knock.
Wolbert off second with Camberg off first. 1 out in the top of the second inning. Crawdads trailing 3-0. 1-2 will have to wait. Twos spins off the back of the mound and fakes a throw to second. Twos and Zapata still just haven't really been on the same page today. Twos requests a couple of new pitches. Agrees and comes set. 1-2 pitch rolled slowly down the third base line and a foul ball.
Good at bats for the Crawdads though so far. A lot of pitches, a lot of high intensity at bats. Twos, again, isn't really going to overpower you, and the Crawdads have taken advantage of that. The timing's been a little off, and that's what he does best. That's what Twos does best, I should say.
A ball and 2 strikes. Twos fires, 2-2 or 1-2 swing and a miss. A curveball. DeFazio looked like he just couldn't fully commit. He strikes out swinging for the second K and second out of the inning.
Curveball, a little bit of a hanger. I think he wasn't expecting that pitch on 1-2 after seeing a couple fastballs and pitches down low, just changed the eye level.
DeFazio now 2 for his last 21. Really, really struggling. It'll bring up Nikhil Beasley, who is the opposite of struggling. He waits for the first pitch. A curveball and a strike, 0-1. Nikhil is 6 for his last 14 after not a great start.
2 doubles as well.
Yeah.
Hit a ball off the wall. Swing's looking better.
Very relaxed in the right-hand batter's box. 0-1 pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. He's down in the count, 0-2.
There's that giddy up on the fastball. Looks a little slower than it is coming in, and then right at the last second, gains a little velo.
Crawdads trying to respond to a 3-run bottom of the first inning. Here in the top of the second with runners on first and second and 2 outs. 0-2 pitch. This is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Nikhil Beasley.
It's like the slider or the cutter. It's got some of that east-west movement, but with a little more velocity on it. Haven't seen a lot of success with it today. A little more chase on the curve.
1-2 pitch. Fastball, high and tight, nearly got him. Beasley had to spin out of the way, and the count's 2-2. Three 0. Merchants leading, top of the second. The 2-2 down low to Beasley. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Somewhat similar to what we saw in the home half of the first. Merchants put a lot of good at-bats with 2 strikes. Crawdads doing the same, although the results have yet to follow. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Beasley. Fastball, soft line drive back up the middle. Diving stop to his knees. Jeremiah picks himself up, throws to first, and in time. What a play by Jace Jeremiah to rob Nikhil Beasley of a hit and an RBI. Crawdads go scoreless in the second. We'll go to the bottom half here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Eight, 9, and 1 for the Merchants. Home half of the second inning. 3-0. Merchants lead over the Walnut Creek Crawdads. Ryan Delaney back to work. His second inning. It's Blake Jacobs to lead it off, the right-handed batter. Very Justin Turner-esque batting stance as the first pitch is an off-speed that misses a little bit low. 1-0.
A lot of guys really like to be relaxed in the box. He is not. He's very stiff.
Yeah. 1-0. Ground ball through the right side, a leadoff single for Blake Jacobs. The struggles continue for Ryan Delaney.
Keeps the hands back, kind of waits on a fastball and drops it into right field. Didn't hit it hard. Very different from the first inning where there were a lot of hard hit balls. That one just a dribbler. Get another one.
It's the 4th hit allowed by Ryan Delaney so far in the game with nobody out in the bottom of the second inning. It'll bring up Brady Wetzel, Merchant's second baseman. Right-hand batter waits, first pitch swinging, pops it up, foul ground. It's 0-1. Delaney allowed the first 4 Merchants to come to bat in the first inning. They all reached base. 2 doubles, a walk, and a single. A sac fly, he's able to get the next 2 guys. 0-1, he squares the bunt and bunts it off himself. It'll be a foul ball. So Wetzel down in the count, 0-2.
He actually got it off his bat twice. He bunted it down, hit the divot in front of home plate, and then bounced back up, and then bunted it again.
He's pretty lucky because he was starting to move out of the box. Had he been a couple more inches more towards first base, could have been called out. Instead, he'll get another chance in an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Fastball, looping liner into shallow right field. Walker back, he's not going to get it. One hop in front of right fielder Wolbert. His throw to second is not in time, I guess.
Really?
Now batting, number 14,
all right.
the catcher.
Good sell job by Walker, the second baseman, who made it look just long enough like he could have had a play on that one. And then Wolbert, I thought they got him at second base.
Looked pretty good. Threw a good ball to Calvillo. Played it like a first baseman.
I mean, that's the whole different sport, but 3 inches in a cloud of dust, right? The cloud of dust helps separate the 3 inches from the 5 and gets you a couple extra yards, or 3 yards in a cloud of dust, I should say.
Leadoff man Frank Zapata squares the bunt, pulls back, and takes a little low.
Call the strike.
Called a strike.
But the cloud of dust makes things look a little better than it was, and that's I think exactly what happened there.
So back-to-back base hits to start the second inning. And Frank Zapata, who doubled on the first pitch of the bottom of the first, in the box now. Crawdads will send the corners in. Kosciuszko playing in front of the runner off first. And DeFazio in the hot corner with his toes on the grass. Again squaring to bunt is Zapata. He pulls back, takes a ball. 3-0 Merchants, bottom of the second inning. And they're threatening.
I don't really know why you wouldn't swing away if you were Zapata. Bats have been hot today. 3 hard hit knocks and 2 softly hit knocks, but sometimes baseball just works for you.
1-1 pitch. Fastball, flipped foul the other way. It's 1-2.
Super, super aggressive swing. Out of his shoes in that one. Now Delaney's ahead.
Delaney looking for the first out of the bottom of the second. Comes set quickly to the plate, and the 1-2 misses in the dirt. Good stop by Beasley behind home plate. Just dropped to a knee and wore it off the chest protector. It's 2-2. Jacobs off second, Wetzel off first. Both singled to start this inning. 2-2. Fastball, line drive into center field softly. It's Walker back behind the second base bag to make the catch for the first out.
Finally, Delaney gets some luck to go his way. Just a little squibber off the bat, right in on the hands. Now ground ball gets you out of the inning, but this guy has been a killer.
It's Jack Rogers. Was 2 for 4 on Sunday with a double. Is 1 for 1 with an RBI double here today. Getting his second cuts in just the second inning. First pitch fastball misses by the hands. It's 1-0. We saw some early game struggles for Ryan Delaney against the Sonoma Stompers on last Tuesday. And some early struggles here as the 1-0 is in the dirt and blocked by Beasley. It's 2-0.
You're talking MLB a lot about guys who make the transition from reliever to starter having a tough time catching up to that innings number. Delaney, even back to high school, was a reliever exclusively. And so this is now 21 innings.
2-0. Fastball, line drive down the left field line, but a foul ball. Pretty close.
And a guy that threw 2 in the spring, a third of an inning last spring. Just not a ton of deep season pitching on that arm. Again, even back in high school, a reliever primarily, especially junior and senior years.
2-1. Fastball up high. 3 balls and a strike on Jack Rogers. Jacobs extends off second with Wetzel following on first. 3-1 pitch. Down low. Ball 4. Bases are loaded.
First baseman, Rocco Borelli.
Second walk for Delaney. Both of them not particularly competitive. The first one came on 4 pitches to this guy, that one on 5. And now the Crawdads are going to have to play, looks like infield in. Delaney's going to go from the windup.
It'll be corners in for the Crawdads. Middle infield playing back. Walker and Calvillo. From the windup, first pitch to Rocco Borelli. First pitch swinging, skies it, center field deep. Cummings backpedaling in front of the track, makes the catch. Flat-footed, he caught it, allowing the runner from second to tag up as well. A run scores, it's 4-0.
And with how good Rocco Borelli's been against the Crawdads this summer, you honestly might take that one. Takes it pretty deep to center field, but an out is an out. Second out of the inning now. Get your next.
Runners on the corners, 2 away. Casey Levitt McGee. It'd be huge for Delaney to get out of this inning, just allowing the 1 run. McGee singled home a run back in the first. There's another opportunity to do something here. His first pitch bounces it 1 hop to Walker, underhand flip to second, and the Crawdads get out of the inning. The Merchants do get 1 on 2 base hits. They lead 4-0. We've played 2 at Pat Bell Field. You're listening to Crawdads Baseball here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads Streaming Network. Four nothing Merchants leading as we go to the top of the third. Casey Cummings to lead off. He takes a ball inside. 1-0 on the Crawdads center fielder. Twos comes home. 1-0 pitch. Off the outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Twos in his third inning of work has been good. Only a couple of hits and a walk to this point. 2-0 swinging for Casey Cummings. Skies it into relatively shallow center field. Granucci back a couple of steps. Reaches up with his shades protecting the sun, and there's 1 out in the third inning.
2 pieces of pretty solid contact for Cummings so far today, and he'll take that with how much he struggled recently. But the Crawdads have to start getting some results. It's a results-based business, as we say all the time, and it has not boded well for the Crawdads recently.
Bring up Isaiah Walker. Walker struck out looking in his first at-bat, takes a pitch miss high. Here it's 1-0. Merchants leading 4-0 in the top of the third inning. 3 of those runs coming in the first. 1-0 pitch, big swing on a curveball, but Walker was out in front and the count will even. Merchants had the bases loaded. And Delaney was able to get out of the jam, only allowing the 1 run, which I'd say was a job well done. So this one misses high, 2-1. So I'm really struggling the first. Giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, and the 2-1 came in and hit Isaiah Walker on the back of the helmet. Flips his bat in frustration, looks to be okay as he just walks down the first base line.
It's not a super hard fastball from Twos, but I mean, anything's going to hurt on the noggin. Crawdads get a base runner, and especially knowing that Walker's all right, that makes it all right.
So the Crawdads have traffic for a third straight inning. Let's see if this time they can get something going. Had runners on first and second, 1 out in the second, could not score. Runner on second with 2 outs, could not score there either. It'll be Cole Kosciuszko with 1 out in the top of the third inning and Walker leading off first. Left-handed batter ready. Big lead for Walker, not going anywhere as the first pitch misses high, 1-0.
And we saw early in the season when the Crawdads were struggling, part of the reason is they weren't forcing the error, they weren't pushing the issue. Not a lot of stolen base attempts.
1-0 throw over, and Walker had a pretty big lead off first. He's able to get back standing.
And that's one of the things that the Crawdads were really good at the last couple of years is stealing a ton of bases. Has not been the case for this year, but that's something that Brent Cummings loves to do, especially against teams that struggle throwing guys out.
Starting to stop off first for Walker as the 1-0 is fouled off and out of play.
But sometimes you have to push it. Sometimes you have to be aggressive on the base paths. This could be one of those teams you have to do that against.
Walker, a guy, he's a threat that he can always go. 8 stolen bags on the year. huge, huge lead off first, kind of leaning towards second. Not going anywhere as the 1-1 pitch flared into right field. Right fielder Rogers coming in, makes the catch for the second out.
Just nothing for the Crawdads right now, and it's against a pitching staff that all of a sudden has become really, really good for Alameda. Crawdads beat them 12-3 back in the middle of June, and since then they've been a team with an ERA just over 3.
Team ERA of 3.19 in the last 4 games. They're 3-1 in that span. They're 6-4 in their last 10. Kind of one of the only teams trending well in the CCL North right now as Calvillo lines the first pitch he sees into center field. It'll drop down in front of Granucci. Stopping at second is Walker, but a 2-out base knock for Cam Calvillo.
Definitely good to see from Calvillo, but back to your point, I don't think it's hyperbolic or rude to say that, but this was a bad pitching staff for a while. And on June 15th, the Crawdads beat the Merchants 12-3. Merchants are 6-6 since then. Their ERA coming into that game was over 9. Their ERA since then is under or just about 3. So that's an unbelievable flip.
Here's Wolbert. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. First pitch to him misses down low. 1-0. The first 10 games of the year, they were getting outscored 80-39. I mean, that 80 runs in 10 games. Not good, but they've been a lot better. And their record would show that. 1-0. Walker dances off second. Deuce comes home and fires in a strike. 1-1.
Feels like this is a must-score situation for the Crawdads. Trailing by 4. Put up a number so Ryan Delaney has something to work with on the other end instead of just a 4-0 divot.
A ball, a strike. Top of the third inning. And 2 steps off the back of the mound. They have Walker caught at third base. Walker a little bit too aggressive trying to swipe third. Crawdads don't score through 3 innings. We'll go to the bottom half of the third. 4-0. Merchants leading. Kayukai Young to lead off the home half of the third inning. 4-0 Merchants leading over the Walnut Creek Crawdads. It'll be Young, Granucci, and Jeremiah for the Merchants against Ryan Delaney. Still on the mound, trying to slow things down and just get a clean inning as the first pitch to him misses outside 1-0. Young, an RBI sac fly in the first inning. The 1-0 misses high, 2-0. Young got one of 3 runs to score back in the first. 2-0. Line drive, left field, charging hard is Camberg in towards the line. It'll drop right in front of him. Another leadoff runner for the Merchants.
Now batting, number 23.
Just a muscle job. I mean, the body was way out in front, but the hand stayed back enough. And like I said, muscled it right into left field. A knock's a knock, but it's been a really unlucky last couple innings from Ryan Delaney.
Kaihukai Young was 1 for his last 18. Able to get a base knock there. So Rocco Granucci will have a runner on first with nobody out. He'll take a strike. It's 0-1. Crawdads have lost 2 straight road games. They don't have themselves in a great position early, but it is still early, as this one's hit hard. Diving stop, Calvillo picks himself up to second one, back to first. Not in time, but what a play by Cameron Calvillo just to get the one. Diving stop to his right. That's one of the best plays you'll see from a shortstop.
Yeah, picking up his pitcher, a lined shot, and sometimes baseball evens out. A little looper knocks into left field for a base hit, and then the hardest hit ball of the day. Cam Calvillo makes a tremendous play. Like I said, picking up his pitcher, Delaney all smiles, looking back to his shortstop.
Here's another shortstop who's made a nice play today and has made nice plays throughout the season, Jace Jeremiah. First pitch way high, 1-0.
I love watching Isaiah Walker and Cam Calvillo after one of them makes a play because they'll look at each other for the next 10 minutes and just are all smiles.
1-0. Fastball right down the middle and a called strike, 1-1.
And Calvillo's talked a lot about how much he misses playing the middle infield. He loves playing shortstop. He loves playing second. He loves being in control of the diamond. Makes it look easy. Doesn't play there a ton, but when he does, we saw it down in SoCal in the final game of that series, the one game the Crawdads won. Made some really nice plays at second base. Just super instinctive. The range isn't the best, but it's still really solid.
1-1 pitch misses in the dirt to Jace Jeremiah. It's 2-1. We've seen him make countless of really nice plays at third, and a couple really nice plays at short too, but in a different kind of style. Softly hit balls that he has to charge. That one, full extension. This one lined into left field. Camber going over and back. It's a fair ball into the corner and could be a run. No, stopping at third is Granucci, but a double for Jace Jeremiah.
And the Merchants just continue to hit. Count them. 1, 2, 3 doubles on the day for Merchants hitters. All of them hit hard.
So Blake Jacobs, who led off the second with the single, came home to score in a pretty nice RBI spot. Runners second and third, 1 out. Bottom of the third inning. And a 4-0 Merchants lead. Jacobs, right-hand batter, ready. First pitch to him, skips in the dirt. It's 1-0.
Nice play by Beasley. Went to a backhand, picked it like a first baseman. Big, saves a run.
Still a chance for Delaney to get out of this inning. Infield pop-up, strikeout. 1-0. Soft ground ball hit at DeFazio. Kind of has the runner caught in a rundown. Going to chase him towards the plate. Beasley applies the tag, and Rocco Granucci is out in between third and home for out number 2. Or that.
Yeah, that was not what either of us were expecting, but a really instinctive play by DeFazio. He hasn't played a ton of third recently. Fields the high hop, goes to a backhand, and with how hard that ball was hit and really how close he was, how far in he was at the start of the play, the runner on third, Granucci, didn't have anywhere to go.
Jeremiah able to take third, so runners on the corners after the 5-2 fielder's choice. Number 9 man Brady Wetzel will take a fastball that misses way high. Beasley had to hop up out of his crouch to get it. Inning started with a Kaihukai single. He was forced out at second base on the 6-4 fielder's choice, a double for Jace Jeremiah. Then that 5-2 fielder's choice has runners on the corners as this one's looped into right field pretty shallow. Wolbert has a beat on it. He's got it for the third out. So just what the doctor ordered, a scoreless third inning for Ryan Delaney. We'll go to the fourth inning. 4-0 Merchants leading. Austin Oda is going to take us through the 7th.
Top half of the fourth inning here from Pat Bale Field, the home of the Alameda Merchants, and the Anchors,
Yes.
the Anchors organization. But here in the fourth, a new pitcher for the Merchants. It's Jake Gebb.
Jake Gebb, only one appearance on the year. It was against these Crawdads in that 9-8 walk-off win. Gave up 2 runs, 3 hits, did not record an out. Pitched at Chabot a year at Nevada, 2 at Riverside. It was really good at Chabot, has really struggled at the Division I level, but he'll get a chance against these Crawdads who he struggled against last time out.
It'll be Wolbert Liao Camberg, 5'6'7", against the lefty Jake Gebb. First pitch to Mark Wolbert is a fastball down and away at ball 1. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be very mistaken, I think he just committed somewhere. If you want to maybe do some Twitter stalking or something for me,
Stock.
the 1-0 to Wolbert is popped up left side, drifting foul, 1-1. Wolbert was in this exact count back in the last inning with runners on first and second before Isaiah Walker got picked off trying to steal third. Wolbert walked in his first plate appearance. 4-0 Crawdads lead with Jake Gebb, the lefty, on the mound. Tall lefty delivers the 1-1. Slider down, 2-1. Crawdads trail. Did I say Crawdads lead?
Yeah.
You could have said that out loud.
I don't like calling you out.
That's what your job is.
I don't like calling you out live on broadcast.
2-1. Hit high, shallow left field. Coming in is the left fielder, Levitt McGee. Towards the line, makes the catch, two-hand style for out number 1. Lost it in the lights that aren't on, but made the catch for out number 1.
No, his brother,
Tyler?
Tyler,
Okay.
is going to Long Beach
And
State.
Tyler, I think, is really solid, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. He's going to Long Beach State, same school as Cal Montgomery, so it's got to mean he's pretty good.
Right?
Yeah.
Here's Ethan Liao, who's 0 for 1. Popped out in foul territory to the first baseman, Granucci, or Borelli, back in his first at bat. No relation. First pitch misses low, 1-0. So the 4-0, the Crawdads trail here in the fourth. Like Carson. Shout out Carson Trail. Almost a Crawdad legend.
I wonder if he's listening.
Nah. A ball and no strikes to Ethan Liao. Again, 0 for 1. Gebb from the windup. Liao takes a fastball on the outside, 1-1. Yeah, Carson Trail, college broadcaster at Stanford, was one of our interns for a little bit last year and decided, got to get out of here, and moved to the Northwoods. The 1-1. Fastball, called a strike on the outside, 1-2. A ball and 2 strikes to Liao. Oh, man. Gebb works from the windup. From the third base side of the slab, Crawdads trailing 4-0. Gebb looking for strikeout number 1. Here it comes. Pitch outside, 2-2.
For the record, we both like
Yeah.
Carson Trail.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
No. He got a like a play-by-play opportunity
Yeah.
and did not here, and I don't blame him at all.
Would have done the same.
Yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out here in the fourth. The 2-2. Liao takes outside, ball 3.
Need a base runner. Need base runners, and a lot of them. And, I mean, the Crawdads have had base runners. But the struggles with runners in scoring position continue.
And the early game curse
Yeah.
continues.
Gotta find a way to break that.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The pitch is taken just a little away, ball 4.
Good start. That is a start. Gotta get it going from here. Camberg, a really good swing back in the second. Try and back that up here.
He's 1 for 1. Hits from the left side. Good power. Camberg has the blue gaucho accents, which I think look pretty good on the Crawdad jersey. Left on left, a tough matchup for Camberg. The first pitch is on the outside with a fastball called strike 1.
It's just, you don't really see, I feel like you don't see that type of blue all that often.
Yeah, the gaucho blue.
Yeah.
No balls and a strike with Liao on first. Gebb from the stretch, 0-1. Camberg golfs it foul off to the right. Hit about 700 feet in the air and into the parking lot.
I did not know that it was possible to be that far in front of a pitch.
In cricket, that's a 6, which is the highest score in cricket, in case you were unfamiliar.
I was.
No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on first for the Crawdads here in the fourth. Gebb takes a deep breath, now looks back to first, kicks and delivers. Camberg strikes out swinging, slider down and away, and an ugly swing, which we really never see from Aiden Camberg.
Yeah, just a 3-pitch K. Good old-fashioned way. And you said it right before the at-bat started. Tough lefty-lefty at-bat. And that's what Gebb is. He struggled, but still a Division I guy, and the slider is a good pitch. Struggled with command, but was able to get that into just a good spot that Camberg had no shot at.
Here's Nico DeFazio. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. First pitch from Gebb is up and away, ball 1. The Crawdads have lost their last 2 on the road. One in Sonoma, one at Laney College, here at the College of Alameda. Hoping the third time is a charm. 1-0 is a pickoff move back over to first. We'll do it again. It's just not super characteristic of the Crawdads. They don't really lose,
Period.
especially in July. Like, the month of July has been really kind to the Crawdads over the last 3 years since Brant Cummings has taken over. A ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Down low, 2-0. The Crawdads never lost back-to-back, or lost, 2 games in a 3-game span last year in the month of July.
Yeah. Wow.
Once. It was a back-to-back.
It was-
I was trying to figure out how to word it. I know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Stick with me here.
I've been there.
The Crawdads never lost 3 and 4, which is what I'm trying to say, which today would be 2-0. Down and away, ball 3. No, called the strike. Wow. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, my bad.
It's not on you.
2 balls and a strike, I guess. Gab works from the stretch, sets the glove below the belt. The 2-1. Runner goes. DeFazio takes outside, up and throwing Zapata. The tag is just a little late. Liao's in at second with the steal.
Going first move with the lefty. Gets a good break and still a pretty good throw from Zapata. Made it at least, pretty close. And now runner in scoring position. Got to cash in. Even if it's just the 1, it's still early enough to where 1 really does benefit you.
3 balls and a strike, a hitter's count for DeFazio, who adjusts kind of 3 different areas of his batting helmet before stepping with a calm stance in the right-hand batter's box. Closed off stance. Liao on second. Gebb still waiting. DeFazio holds his hands close to his chest. Now both pitcher and hitter ready. The 3-1. DeFazio flies it right field pretty deep. Going back now, turning is the right fielder Rogers. Spins to his left and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So a shutdown inning for Jake Gebb. The Crawdads go 1, 2, 3, 4 with a walk and a steal from Ethan Liao. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Ryan Delaney back out on the bump when we come back. Bottom half of the 4th inning, top of the lineup for the Merchants, who lead 4-0. It's been another really good performance for the Merchants team that is all of a sudden on fire. Zapata, Rogers, Borelli leading 4-0 against the lefty Ryan Delaney, who peers in. Now the first pitch of the 4th inning is a slider that skips in 1-0.
He's able to work his first scoreless frame in the 3rd. Would love another.
A ball and no strikes from the windup. Zapata takes a fastball just a little high, 2-0. Zapata 1 for 2, a double and a line out. He's had 2 good swings and is ahead, 2-0. Delaney, line drive up the middle, past the reach of Calvillo, the shortstop, into center field. That's a base knock, and a 2 for 3 start to the day for Zapata.
It's a loud single. It is hit hard, straight back up the middle, a good swing. He's got a couple of really good swings today. The double, that, and another leadoff base runner. That's 4 in 4 innings.
And the top 4 in this lineup, 17 for 44 against Crawdads pitching coming into the day.
Wow.
It's really good.
Wow.
Jack Rogers, 1 for 1, an RBI, double and a walk. Continues to swing a good stick against the Crawdads and mashes this one to center field. Cummings going back, turns at the warning track. Looks like he's got a play right in front of the 400 sign. Circles up and makes the catch. Then fires a literal strike back to second. Isaiah Walker didn't have to move on the second base bag.
I love Casey Cummings so much.
Now batting, number 22, first base.
That's a home run at Monte Vista. Not here. So, good. Out number 1, great.
I mean, maybe there's a reason that this Merchants team only has 2 homers on the year. And I see it now. It's not because they don't have power. It's because the ball, I mean, that ball looked like it was 873 feet off the bat,
Even
approximately.
At Laney.
Yeah.
Deep.
First pitch to Rocco Borelli. Misses a little down, a little away, 1-0.
Very deep. It's 400, I think 8 feet to Laney.
Maybe, but it's 325 in the corners in both places, which isn't super far. The ball just dies. 1-0. Backdoor slider, catches it 1-1.
The Marine Layer. It hasn't quite hit yet, but at Laney it did.
Yeah, a little more. I don't know.
It was colder.
Don't think that is what marine layer means. They're over to first, not back, or back in safely is Zapata.
It's like when
It's how close you are to the
the sun
ocean.
sets and there's no more sun, and then the moisture in the air.
Oh no. Oh no. The 1-1. Grounded, left side. DeFazio scoops, goes to second 1. Walker turns to first in time, double play. Delaney back-to-back zeros, and the Crawdads are headed to the 5th, trailing 4-0.
Hungry, there's hot dogs, hot lunch.
The Crawdads need some runs here in the 5th, trailing 4-0, 9-1-2. Beasley, Cummings, Walker, trailing by 4.
Not ideal.
Nope. We've got some confirmation on what both of us were trying to say about the Marine layer.
Okay.
First pitch to Nikhil Beasley is swung through, nothing in one.
First, is it one of the situations where we're both right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was. I think we just misunderstood each other.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's what it was,
Yeah.
for those of you listening who are marine biology experts or something like that. No balls in a strike. Here's the pitch. Fastball. Okay. Nothing in two. Nikhil Beasley's all of 6'4", might even be taller. Usually you don't see guys go down with their height, but he's huge, and that ball was at his ankles, called the strike. No balls in two strike from Jeb. Down low. Geb. 1 and 2.
We are hot today.
Yeah.
Man.
It's a tough angle. You know, it's
The sun.
yeah, the marine layer.
Oh, gosh. That marine layer over here in Alameda is crazy.
1 ball and 2 strikes from the windup. Geb to the plate with the 1-2. Pitch up and away. 2 and 2.
Zapata wanted it. He was, leaning to catch it and still trying to throw down to third.
He was set down and in, and then brought it up and out.
It's going to be tough to get strikes like that.
Some action in the Crawdads bullpen. Can't quite tell who it is. It's a righty. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Beasley takes down and away. Ball 3. Geb wanted it.
It's got to be Cal Johnson.
Cal Johnson.
Got to be.
As we alluded to earlier in the broadcast, it's a big hot list today. 6 guys available for the Crawdads, maybe more. Cal Johnson, number 1 on the list. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Popped up, right side, that'll get foul.
Heard the zip on that fastball from Jake Geb. He's definitely throwing it a touch harder than Harry Twos was.
But Harry Twos was good.
Yes.
3 shutout innings, 3 hits, a walk, 2 punches.
Very solid.
3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Geb sets the glove down below the waist, and the 3-2 to the plate is fouled back. Good job by Beasley to protect. We'll do it again.
That's 8 innings of 3-run ball in the career of Harry Twos.
Against the Crawdads.
Against the Crawdads, yes.
It's good.
It's solid.
And the Merchants have gone with openers the last 2 games. They've done well. 5 shutout innings. The 3-2 is down and away, ball 4. Good at bat by Nikhil Beasley.
Now batting number
Another leadoff runner for the Crawdads. Had one in the 2nd. They weren't able to make anything of it. Let's see if they can get something here. They've had runners with 1 out. They've had runners all over the place with 2 outs, and nothing has come of it. But now, top of the order, Casey Cummings has swung the bat well. He's 0 for 2, but a couple flyouts to deep center.
Right-handed hitter with power. Beasley off first. First pitch to Cummings. Sliced right side. That's going to tail foul into the Crawdads bullpen over the head of Noah Zirkle. Nothing in 1. Cummings now 0 for his last 13. You know what that means? He is so due. He is dummy due.
Yard card.
I wouldn't go that far, but I wouldn't hate it. No balls and a strike. No outs here in the 5th. The Crawdads trail it by 4. Just 3 hits for Walnut Creek so far. 0-1. Cummings watches the backdoor slider on the outside. Nothing in 2.
Time to protect.
Saw him do it back in his first at-bat. Got in a 2-strike hole and was able to work it to 3-2 before a fly out to center field. Was ahead 2 on his last at-bat. Flew out to center field. Here behind. No balls, 2 strikes. No outs here in the 5th. Geb looks to first. Adjusts the shoulders and the 0-2. Is down low, ball 1.
It's a good spit. Probably a slider. Tough to tell from our angle. Let's just say off speed, but it had good movement. And Casey struggled with that pitch at times this year, so a good take.
A ball and 2 strikes. Here's Geb. Throw over to first. Beasley back in safely. We'll have to wait for the 1-2. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Merchants. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Crawdads. Geb ready, as is Cummings. Geb's 1-2 is just a little low. Pitch is a strike if Casey Cummings is 3 inches taller.
Wouldn't take it again.
No. Count is even, though. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Beasley, a short lead off first, just in front of the cut of the grass. Now the 2-2. Cummings laces it right center field, slicing away from the center fielder. That's going to drop for a base knock. Beasley around second, heading for third. Throw is cut off. Here's the throw down to third. It's in time. Just no reason for the Crawdads to be that aggressive on the base paths. And I mean, all in all,
Now
it's
batting number 15.
it's a strikeout or a pop out in the books.
Yeah, well, what do they say? You never want
Want to
to
make
make
the first or third.
right, and that is the first out of the inning at third. Not great. I don't know if it was on the third base coach Brant Cummings or if that was pure Nikhil Beasley, because Beasley kind of picked up coach late, but I'm not sure. Coach was waving him, so
Just not great. Not a great send. Not a great result. Here's Isaiah Walker, who squares to bunt, pulls back and takes a strike. Nothing in one.
I was trying to say Beasley picked him up early, looked down, kind of stuttered around second base. Just an overall unfortunate play. Not placing blame on anybody.
No, again, it's been a lot of hero ball the last couple innings. Gebb throws over to first, Cummings back in, and it hasn't worked out. Sometimes you know it's a calculated risk. Everything is. And Granucci, the center fielder, didn't even make a great throw back in. It was cut off by the shortstop Jeremiah. He just turned and instinctively threw to third. Throw over to first again. This one high, but Borelli's able to pull it down. No balls and a strike to Walker, who's 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch and a strikeout. The Crawdads trail by 4. Here comes the 0-1. Walker takes outside and low, 1-1. Needing some runs.
Desperately.
But hey, Casey Cummings breaks an 0 for 13. A ball and a strike to Walker. Tapped slowly, third base side. That'll go over by the Merchants dugout. Walker on a 9-game hitting streak.
He's so solid.
Yeah, does a lot of things well. He's kind of your perfect prototype two-hitter.
Yeah. He's just the guy. Gonna hit, gonna walk, not gonna strike out much, put the ball in play. Plays a good second base defense. Can play all over the infield, corners of the outfield. I'm sure he could play center too. We just haven't seen it.
1-2. Walker strikes out swinging. A late swing on a pitch with late break. And 2 down in the inning.
Got fooled.
Now batting number 19.
Got fooled. I think he read fastball out of the hand, and it broke back towards the plate. Just tried to get a last-second swing off. Sometimes that'll happen.
I think the no batter's eye is affecting these guys right now.
Probably. There's a white,
Yeah.
Chase Bank. I think that's what that is.
Here's Cole Kosciuszko, 1 for 2. First pitch, Cummings goes. Pitch, taking it inside. Here's the throw down to second by Zapata. A little late. And to the backhand side of the shortstop, Jeremiah. Stolen base for Casey Cummings.
Yeah, you knew at some point he was going to take off. Took him a batter or so. Finally does. Swipe second. And now Cole, who could use a base hit.
Comes into today with 33 runs driven in, but it feels like it's been a while since he's had one in a big spot. Had that week where he was unbelievable and has cooled down. 1-0. Kosciuszko pops it up. Shallow outfield. Going back to second baseman Wetzel. Going back to the shortstop Jeremiah. It's the shortstop that makes the play to end the inning. The Crawdads get a pair of hits, or excuse me, a walk and a single, but an outfield assist. And the Crawdads are down 4 going into the bottom half of the 5th when we come back.
Now batting. Number
Bottom half of the fifth, the Crawdads trailing 4-0. Back-to-back zeros by Ryan Delaney. Why not? He's back out for his fifth inning of work. Levitt, McGee, Young, and Granucci, the heart of the lineup. 4, 5, 6 to hit for the Merchants, who lead by 4. Levitt, McGee, 1 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice in his last at-bat. Had an RBI single back in the fourth. Lefty on lefty, first pitch. Slider, bends past the outside corner, 1-0.
I like sending Ryan Delaney back out. I really do.
A ball and no strikes from the windup. Down and away, 2-0. We saw this in his last start in Sonoma, where he went out to start the fifth inning after 4 pretty solid innings, got an out, and then as soon as he let up a base runner, he was replaced. And I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happens here. 2-0. Fastball, runs inside, 3-0.
I mean, Cal Johnson in the bullpen
He's ready.
he's not throwing, standing off to the side of the mound. So, yeah, that tells you all you need to know. Going to be a short leash in this inning for Delaney, but he's going to be a guy that you need in the playoffs. Let him work through the struggles. He's thrown a couple of zeros in a row. Why not send him back out?
3-0, green light. Tapper to the Crawdads dugout, 3-1.
I like it, you know, because, I mean, you don't know who's going to leave at the end of the summer with innings limits, pitch limits. He's a guy that's going to be here.
3-1. Fastball. Now be nice, Carson. 3-2. A late call. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Delaney looking for his first strikeout, and he drops in a curveball. That's called ball 4.
Wow, pretty good.
Oh,
Pretty much the same spot.
maybe better.
Now batting.
It's all right. So what?
The DH.
Looks like it's going to be the day, though.
And it is. Cal Johnson's going to walk in from the bullpen. Ryan Delaney's day is over on one of the at-bats of all time. We'll be back. Crawdads are trailing 4-0 here in the bottom of the fifth. The leadoff walk and a new pitcher for the Crawdads. It's Cal Johnson.
2-2 win, loss, 6.35 ERA. This is the 10th appearance of the summer in 11 innings pitched, that 6.35 ERA, but it's inflated coming off an outing in which he gave up 4 runs in an inning against the Legends.
First pitch to Kai Young is tapped on the ground slowly to the left side. Foul, 0-1.
It's really the first time that we'd seen Cal Johnson struggle. He'd been put in spots, some tough spots, bases loaded, nobody out. He'd been inserted, given up a hit, or extra innings with the ghost runner. That had been the only time that he'd given up a run. But yeah, against the Legends, it just didn't go his way.
0-1, big curveball misses up high, 1-1. And this is probably his best role. I think 5th, 6th, 7th inning. Not really super high leverage, but he'll put up a 0. He'll give you efficient baseball. A ball and a strike to Young, right-handed hitter with power. Sits the bat on his shoulder. 1-1. Skied on the air over by us.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I almost had it.
You should have had it.
I couldn't go further because
Drop the headset.
I should have.
Make a play.
God, that's so frustrating.
I'm just glad it didn't hit the stuff.
I thought it was going to hit my laptop for a sec. That kind of
Got
scared me.
flashbacks? Yeah.
That kind of scared me. My goodness.
That was really close. That was like less than 5 feet.
All I've wanted my whole broadcasting career is to catch a foul ball. I just had the best opportunity of my life, and I botched it.
I mean, I dropped the only one that I've ever had hit to
That-
me on a broadcast. So
Bad.
1-2, throw over to first. Good move, but Kosciuszko looks like he didn't even really see it.
Yeah, the sun is in that spot right now, kind of setting right in the eyes of everyone on the right side.
Runner goes on the 1-2. Johnson steps off, has him picked off. They'll throw back to first. Kosciuszko running him towards second. Calvillo applies the tag. That's a way to get the base runner, the leadoff base runner. 1, 6. No, 1, 3, 6.
You'll take it.
That'll officially end Mr. Delaney's day. 4 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs. All of them earned, 3 walks, no strikeouts. Really good the last 2 innings.
Yep.
Really the last 3. 1-2. Young takes, called strike 3. Fastball on the inside, first strikeout for Crawdads pitching today.
Frozen. Nice pitch from Cal Johnson. Looked like the curveball. It's kind of the signature pitch. Fastball, upper 80s, the curveball, 12-6 action, and just gets Young looking.
I could really go for a root beer float right now.
So crazy.
Guess what I have?
Here's Rocco Granucci. First pitch slider on the outside, 0-1. 4-0 Crawdads trailing here in the 5th. Here from Pat Bale Field. Know anything about Pat Bale? Down low, 1-1.
Can't say I do.
Me neither. Bet he was a good dude.
He has a
Or
field.
is.
He has
Right.
a field named after him, so.
A ball and a strike. Here's the pitch. Granucci takes down low. 2-0. 2-1. Granucci 0 for 2. The only man in the lineup to have not reached base today. 2 balls and a strike. Righty on righty. Johnson, 2-1. Big curveball. Where did that miss?
Come on, Blue, that's a strike.
See, I thought it was really funny when I was sitting down earlier because we're standing right now. And the area in front of us is kind of tarped off as the 3-1. My story's going to have to wait. Tapper to third. No, foul. I'll tell my story right now. The area in front of us is tarped off, and I was sitting down, and I said, Carson, come on, Blue, that's a strike. But it was funny because I couldn't see anything because, the area in front of us is tarped off. But you didn't. I don't think you either didn't get it or you were mad at me. So
I probably tuned you out.
that's what you're best at.
Yep.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 5th. Johnson works exclusively from the stretch. Now delivers the 3-2. Tapped foul, back behind home plate. We'll do it again.
Another good curveball. And another, good job to stay alive on a pitch that fooled him by Granucci. Curveball down in the dirt. Would have been ball 4 if taken.
But a lot of movement. Got the chase. We'll do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 5th. 2 straight zeros for the Crawdads. Looking to make it a third. The 3-2. Down low ball 4. Beasley kicks it in front of him. Wouldn't have mattered. Second walk of the inning.
Did you?
No. What happened?
So, home plate umpire
Now batting number 3,
Angela Nori
shortstop, Jason
uh,
Jeremiah.
threw a ball at Cal Johnson. The pitch had gotten away from Nikhil Beasley.
Still live.
It's still live, yeah. And Nori just threw it back at Cal. Cal wasn't looking.
Ouch.
Didn't hit him.
Good.
Went right by his head.
The shadow's completely encapsulating Cal Johnson on the pitcher's mound. His head kind of sticking out of it. First pitch to Jace Jeremiah is down low, 1-0. And I think that should bode well for Johnson, for the pitchers. Goes shade right to sun, right about where he releases the baseball.
And Crawdads could be used to it because it gets like that at Monte Vista. So maybe playing in the Crawdads' favor.
1-0, runner goes. Pitch down low. Beasley doesn't have a play. In at second with the steal is Granucci. Did Olivia just die? Root beer float has some extra spice to it today. 2 balls and no strikes. Johnson to Jeremiah, who's 1 for 2 with a double. Here's the pitch. Fastball down and away, 3-0. Johnson, a strikeout and a walk, but in danger of walking his second. 3 balls, no strikes, 2 outs with the runner now on second. 5-0 or 4-0 the score as Johnson misses low with a fastball, ball 4. Back-to-back walks.
That's brutal. That is brutal. You pick the guy off, you get a strikeout. Yeah, back-to-back walks. Yikes.
Here's Blake Jacobs, 1 for 2. Meeting on the mound, I think this is a good time. Look-see?
Yes.
This look around the CCL is brought to you by American Stage Tours, small enough to care, large enough to compete, and I clicked the wrong thing. They could listen to the leaderboard if it loaded, or you could pull it up.
I'm trying.
Here we go. Maybe. Austin Harrington out to the mound. Here's the look around the CCL, brought to you by American Stage Tours, small enough to care, large enough to compete. 1-game final. Conejo beat San Luis Obispo down at Sparky Anderson Field, 9-2 in that one. So slow drops under 500 now. Menlo Park and Sonoma. Sonoma leading 5-2, and if things stay, Sonoma could be tied with the Crawdads. Sonoma is 3 games back. No, could not be tied with the Crawdads going into the Friday game. That game could be for first place on Friday if the Crawdads go 0-2 over the next 2, and
Sonoma has just crept their way back to the top. They looked like they were going to be out of it.
Yeah.
And have turned it around, so props to them.
Here's Blake Jacobs. First pitch to him. Tall right-handed batter. Watches a slider miss. A little high, I guess. 1-0. And the rest of the CCL. OC trails the Academy 5-2 at the Academy. 1-0 Santa Barbara over Arroyo Seco. And San Diego and VC has not been entered into point streak. This one fouled straight back, 1-1. There's your look-see. It's been a while since we've gotten a look-see. But always great.
Who doesn't love a good look?
A ball and a strike. Johnson to the plate. Tapped foul off to the left side by the dugout of the Merchants. Really nice play by Frank Zapata, who reaches down, bare hand style, makes the catch. Yeah, catcher.
Athlete.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 5th. The Crawdads trail by 4. Johnson from the stretch brings it to the belt. Now the 1-2. Curveball hits him. And the bases are loaded.
That
Now batting, number 0.
hurts in more ways than one.
Say it with me.
Ouch
back. Literal ouch back in the Crawdads. I mean, 1-2, 2 outs to bases loaded. Looks like there's a righty, Rowan Leto, warming up in the Crawdads bullpen. Here's the 9-hitter Brady Wetzel, grounds it to first. Kosciuszko dives to get it. On his back, throws to first. Johnson covers. No, drops the ball. Now he'll throw to the plate. Beasley can't apply the tag, and 2 runs come home to score.
Oh, my goodness.
And so it goes.
Oh, that was an incredible play by Kosciuszko. Johnson a little bit late. I think he hesitated going over towards first. Kosciuszko so good over there at first base. Had to double clutch.
Frank Zapata.
God, that hurts.
So it looks like our camera has gone down.
Nice.
Carson, you want to play with some stuff over there?
I will do what I can.
So a 2-run single is what it's going to be for Brady Wetzel. Here's Frank Zapata, the leadoff hitter, watches a fastball at the knees called strike 1. 2 runs home in the inning. 6-0 now. The 0-1. Fastball down and away, 1-1. Camera died. And so it goes for us. 1-1. Line drive right to Calvillo, the shortstop, who reaches over his head to make the catch and end the inning. But 2 runs come home in just a brutal fashion. What's at the top of the 6th? The Crawdads trail at 6-0 when we come back.
Hot dogs, hot links, cheeseburgers, nachos, and Polish dogs at the snack.
Top half of the 6th inning, the Crawdads trail by 6 with Cam Calvillo, Mark Wolbert, and Ethan Liao to hit.
Now batting.
Wow, my voice just
Number 3.
went out.
Had just having one of those days.
As are the Crawdads.
It's been one of those past 4 games.
Yeah.
Tough.
It's been a stretch.
Yeah.
We were not expecting it. After a 7-game win streak,
Yeah, and then you drop the 1, so what? Whatever. It just has not, they have not been able to bounce back.
Cam Calvillo's 1 for 2, watches a first pitch slider from Jake Gebb, missed by the back foot, 1-0.
And it's not even like you can say, I mean, the slugging is down. You can say that, but they're still getting on base. They're still putting themselves in positions.
1-0. Grounded slowly to the shortstop. Jeremiah scoops it up on the carpet on the run, throws to first in time for out number 1. Jace Jeremiah continues to do his thing.
The pitching has been, outside of today, been good, and even, it's just been 2 kind of blow-up frames. It's tough to call that ball a single in the last inning. Bounced off of Cal Johnson's glove, but I think the pitching overall has been solid. It's just bats haven't come through.
Here's Mark Wolbert, who's 0 for 1, a fly out and a walk. Lefty on lefty. First pitch from Gebb is popped over our heads. 0-1. We're just not used to seeing this, is the reality of it. And that, you know what? We're so spoiled.
Yeah.
No balls and a strike from the lefty Gebb, from the windup. Wolbert watches the slider, down and away, 1-1. But hey, not a ball to be played. Line out to the shortstop. Thank you, my bad. A ball and a strike. Gebb twists a little bit, now he's ready from the windup. Wolbert taps it slowly right side. The second baseman Wetzel charges, scoops it up, fires to first, and it's in time to retire Wolbert.
I don't really have anything to say.
Yeah?
I don't.
Here's Ethan Liao.
Number 11, the DH, Ethan Liao.
Liao, 0 for 1 with a walk. Takes a long stroll into the batter's box. Really, if anything, just to,
Yeah, good.
yeah.
Make it slower. Trying to throw
Okay.
off Gebb because
Right.
Gebb has been in his groove, working in his rhythm.
First pitch to the Crawdads DH. Call the strike on the inside, 0-1. The Crawdads trail 6-0. Doesn't even feel real.
No.
0-1. The out takes the ball in the dirt, 1-1.
And it's not even the Merchants are just better than the last.
The whole series.
Yeah, they've just been a good team.
The 1-1. Layout takes a fastball. Little outside, 2-1. I think pretty easily the Merchants have been the better team this series.
Yeah, 100%. Even in the game, the Crawdads won.
Yeah.
I would still say the same.
But see if they can have a comeback like they did back in game 1. 2-1 count to Liao. Lines it right side towards the line, dropping quickly. Will drop just about an inch foul, 2-2.
Game of inches.
Instead of a double, it's a strike. Rowan Leto was getting up and loose in the Crawdads bullpen. Now he's down, so it's probably going to be Cal Johnson. Just not a lot for the Crawdads right now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gab steps off the slab, now back on it. The lefty turns toward home plate. Ready with the 2-2. Here it comes. Liao strikes out swinging. Pitch off the outside. Strikeout number 3 for Jake Gebb. Led to the bottom of the 6th. The Crawdads trail 6-0. It's a new arm for the Crawdads here in the 6th. It's Rowan Leto in for his 2nd time in conference play. And you know what? He's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Had his first outing of the year. No, 2nd outing of the year, apologies. First outing in a month against Sonoma just before 4th of July. Was good. Inning and 2/3, couple of strikeouts. A lot of fun to watch.
Rogers, Borelli, Levitt, McGee. My voice is like gone. Do I suffer through it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to find a way to get better.
Here's Jack Rogers, right-handed hitter with power. First pitch from Leto. Fastball way up high, 1-0. That is about 20 miles an hour. It looks like the difference between Leto and everyone else that's been in this game.
Yeah, long, lengthy right-hander.
1-0 from the windup. Fastball skied right side, off of a light. It's got to be worth something.
Oh. Hole in one.
Rogers hit the furthest ball of the day back in his last at-bat. Took one to the fence in center field, but had nothing to show for it. A ball and a strike. Leto from the windup. The pitch. Fastball into the glove of Beasley behind the plate, 1-2.
Part of the reason why it looks so firm out of Rowan Leto's glove or hand is he's so smooth.
Yeah.
So it's such an easy 93, 94.
And it just jumps on you.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs. Leto from the windup. Fastball struck him out swinging. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, adios.
Sit. Take a seat.
Needed it. First strikeout for Leto is his first out recorded. And that'll bring up Rocco Borelli.
Same start as in Sonoma for him. Struck out the first guy he faced in over a month. Gets this guy here. Good. Need a lot of zeros. Need some 1, 2, 3s.
And I think if Leto was healthy the whole year, he would have been a closer, like the closer. Here's Rocco Borelli. Swings through a first pitch fastball, 0-1. Borelli, 0 for 1, a walk, an RBI on a sac fly, and a grounded into double play. Behind in the count, 0-1. Leto just get it and go. I mean, his fastball's overpowering, and the other stuff is pretty nasty as well. 0-1. Fastball on the outside of the knees, 0-2.
You know who he kind of reminds me of?
Say it, and I'm gonna know because I see it.
I don't know. 2019 Chris Paddock.
That's not who I was thinking, but he looks like someone from the Crawdads that I can't remember. But I see it now that you say it. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Curveball lined right side. Wolbert started back, now comes in, but lets it drop in front of him. Can't make a play. And a 1-out knock for Borelli.
It's just the way he holds the glove at his, like, over his face and just looks angry. Looks like he's talking into his glove. And the rest of the windup is pretty smooth, pretty fluent. Who are you going to say?
Fluent?
Yeah.
Like speaking a language well?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I like it.
You see the vision?
I see the vision. I'm not sure if I agree with the vision, but here's Casey Levitt McGee, who swings through a first pitch fastball, 0-1.
I probably meant to say fluid.
But I kind of like
I
the
think
word.
I've heard it. I've heard that used for windups.
Sure.
Fluent.
Okay.
I think I have.
I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll workshop it. No balls and a strike to Levitt McGee. Skies one left side. Going into foul territory is the third baseman DeFazio. Looks like he's not going to have a play on it. So it will drop foul, 0-2. No, he made the catch. Out number 2.
Now batting,
Tough angle.
the DH.
We can't see.
Young.
Nice
I bet it
catch.
was a great play.
He probably dove, jumped 20 rows in the bleachers.
Saved the baby on the way.
Yeah.
Pulled a cat out of a tree. While driving his, Mercedes-Benz. 2 outs.
He looks like a Lambo guy.
It's the kind of guy Nico DeFazio is. Just stand-up human being. Here is Kai Young. 1 for 2 on the day. Sack fly. First pitch. Slider broken. Bat fly ball right side. Kosciuszko drifting back in foul territory. Backhand style makes the catch for out number 3. So a couple foul pop-outs. That will end the inning. We'll head to the 7th with the Crawdads trailing by 6.
Now batting, number 2.
The Crawdads trail by 6 here in the top of the 7th. The 7th inning has been the Crawdads inning. Need it.
Get 1, get 2. 3 would be awesome.
4,
But gotta get 1.
5,
An extra base hit would be really cool. I forgot what that
6.
feels like.
7, 8.
Sure.
Camberg, DeFazio, Beasley, 7, 8, 9 in the Crawdads lineup. Facing the lefty Geb, who's been really good so far. Second outing of the summer, and he's been terrific. First pitch to Camberg is down and away, 1-0. Came into the game back in the 4th after 3 shutout innings from Harrison Twos and has just carved through the Crawdads lineup. 3 solid innings, just 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 walks. As the slider catches the knees, 1-1.
Yeah, definitely. He really struggled his first outing of the year.
Revenge.
Yeah, a few days ago. But he's been good. Getting some length, too.
1-1. Camberg skies it pretty deep right field. Going back Rogers at the track. He looks up. It's gone. Aiden Camberg's second home run of the year cuts into the deficit. It's 6-1, and the Crawdads needed that.
He's back. Good swing. Has some things to say to Blake Jacobs on his way around third. I think in a joking manner. That's a pretty swing. Left-handed stroke. Going to be the day for Jake Geb. Lefty? Yeah, Aiden. Good swing.
Needed it. It's going to be the day for Geb, it looks like. Maybe not. The coach is out on the mound. Second homer of the year for Camberg. And, yeah, he's back. Was 0 for his last 8 coming into today. It dropped the average down to 277. He is not a 277 guy.
Not at all.
And he needed this one. Looks like we are going to have a pitching change. Geb's day is done. A new pitcher in when we come back. Back here for the top of the 7th, Austin Oda, Carson Mercier on the call. Crawdads trailing 6-1. A new pitcher for Alameda. It's AJ Gamboa.
Gamboa, 1.5 ERA, small sample, just 6 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, 4 walks, 5 hits. Last appearance was on July 6th against the Crawdads. He was the losing pitcher. It was not Jack Bickerton. He was wearing Jack Bickerton's number.
First pitch to Nico DeFazio. It's a little low with a fastball, 1-0.
And we had no way of knowing. So forgive us, forgive me and Charlie. That's on us.
A ball and no strikes to DeFazio. 0 for 2, looking for his first knock of the day. Watches a curveball down and away, 2-0. Seemed like, just listening in, he went to that curveball a lot.
Yeah, a lot of curveballs, and it's good. He's a good pitcher, a solid guy, throws strikes.
See if DeFazio still has red light. Gamboa yet to throw a strike with the 2-0. DeFazio lines it left side through the 5-6 hole into left field. That's a base knock. Back-to-back hits for the Crawdads for the first time today.
You watching the replay?
Get back to me.
I'm not quite
I'm like
there yet.
starting to see the replay. Like it's starting to form.
Well, I am. I'm watching the replay. It all
Wow.
started with an Aiden Camberg solo home run in the top of the 7th.
Here's Nikhil Beasley. Beasley's put together 2 really good at-bats. He's worked the count full both times. Grounded one that looked like it should have been an RBI knock back in the first that the shortstop Jeremiah just made a terrific play on and then walked in his second at-bat. 0 for 1 officially. Righty Gamboa set at the belt. First pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Was pretty clearly a ball, but had to wait to call it because
It's been called a strike today.
has been.
Never know.
Tall right-handed hitter, Beasley against the righty Gamboa. DeFazio off first. A ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Beasley takes a strike on the outside, 1-1. 6-1 now the score. Crawdads finally have back-to-back hits, the first time today, which is not very Crawdad-like. 1-1. Curveball drops in at the letters, 1-2. Make it 3. Who says no?
I'm not.
1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs, and Beasley's going to have to protect like he did well in his last at-bat. Fouled off a couple tough 2-strike pitches. The 1-2. Beasley takes just a little outside with the curveball, 2-2.
Good spit.
2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Gamboa likes to work quickly. A different feel from Harrison, who's the starter, and Jake Gebb, the first reliever. The 2-2. DeFazio goes. Beasley fouls it straight back. Got a good cut on a fastball. We'll do it again.
Trying to create some chaos. Run and hit. 2-strike count. Not a hit and run. Run and hit.
That was not a 2-strike count. Oh, no, it was. My bad. I was reading something else. My bad. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, always.
I just won't talk
No,
anymore.
no, you're always right. The scoreboard maybe should have been updated as well on their scoreboard, not on ours. Amar's doing a great job. The 2-2. Beasley takes in the dirt, 3-2. The final line on Jake Gebb, the first man out of the bullpen. 3 innings, 2 hits, a run, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. He was great. He was in line. He leaves in line for the win. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. See if DeFazio's on the move on the full count, which would be a run and a hit because there are 2 strikes. The 3-2. Does not go. Pitch outside, ball 4. Are you watching?
Told you I was. Phone a friend. Call everyone you know. Let them know.
Better the game.
Get down to the College of Alameda if you can.
I did.
There's something brewing.
Some of the worst traffic of my collegiate career.
I fell asleep.
You did.
Yeah, I was tired.
I reverted to some foolish baseball videos.
I woke up to him.
Yeah.
I like foolish baseball.
Good.
I don't love his voice.
No.
Like,
No.
but I love him.
Sometimes I think that's what I'm like. Like my voice isn't that
No.
squeaky, but it's not a lover of my voice.
It's okay. I'm not a. Let's never mind.
Here's Casey Cummings. Casey is 1 for 3 and is swinging the bat really well today. Runners on first and second. No outs for the Crawdads here in the top of the 7th. Already a run home. Trying to chip in. That was what was a 6-run deficit coming into the inning. Now sits at 5. Corners are in, especially the third baseman Jacobs. Maybe thinking bunt, but not with Casey Cummings. Gamboa looks to second twice. Now to the plate. Cummings swings over the top of a fastball. Might have been shade-aided. Nothing in 1.
I've noticed this in Casey's at-bats today. He's going with a more exaggerated toe tap. I feel like the leg lift was not high, but long. I feel like it's pretty quick and short today.
A 1, curveball at the knee is nothing in 2.
Didn't even lift his front foot right there. Really, really just trying to work out of the slump that he's in. And, I mean, the results have been there. He's hit the ball well today.
No balls, 2 strikes, no outs. DeFazio on second, Beasley on first. Beasley was able to work a 2-strike count into a walk. See if Cummings can be productive with 2 strikes as well. Gamboa looks to second. Now kicks and the 0-2. Cummings takes down and away, ball 1. The Crawdads still trail by 5, but 3 straight base runners. A home run from Aiden Camberg, a single from Nico DeFazio, and a full count walk from Nikhil Beasley. Speed on the bases, and Cummings with great speed at the dish. Infield, outfield, straight up, the 1-2. Cummings takes, called strike 3 at the knees. A curveball, and hot food's half off.
That's a strikeout. I hope you guys are hungry because it's 50% off all hot foods for the rest of this inning.
Hope you guys are hungry.
Okay, number 15, the second baseman, Isaiah Walker.
Here's Isaiah Walker. 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Not characteristic from Walker. Looking to keep that 9-game hit streak and turn it into 10. Not a bad spot to do it. Runners on first and second, now 1 out. Walker, right-handed hitter, first pitch. Curveball, fouled back. Got a good swing on it, 0-1.
Yeah, I love the approach there. Get on him early. He's been throwing the curveball a ton, threw it a lot to Casey. Get on it first pitch, just a little bit under it.
No balls, 1 strike. Walker, a strikeout each way. 1 swinging, 1 looking. Gamboa to the plate. Walker flares it right side. Coming in the right fielder, Rogers. That's going to drop for a base knock. DeFazio getting the wave. He's going to score. It's an RBI single and a 10-game hit streak for Isaiah Walker. And the Crawdads have the tying run in the on-deck circle.
Now batting number 19.
Just like that.
First baseman, Presley.
There's the bloop. We have a blast in the inning, but no one was on, so still missing the blast. Let's get the blast.
Kosciuszko, the man to do it. CCL leading 6 home runs on the year. Hits here with runners on first and second, and still just 1 out. The Crawdads trail now by 4. Another CCL leading 33 runs batted in this year. First pitch. Kosciuszko takes up and away, ball 1. The replay is fuming right now.
I'm telling you guys, I see 42 people listening. Phone a friend. Come on.
A ball and no strikes. Beasley on second, Walker on first. The 1-0. Kosciuszko skies it left side. Foul territory, that'll get well foul. I didn't see it at all.
No, neither did I.
Didn't know there was a baseball. Could have told me that was a play and I would have believed you. A ball and a strike. Kosciuszko, left-handed hitter with power. Closed off stance. Hands calm in the batter's box. 2 on, 1 out. First baseman Borelli is in on the cut of the grass on the right side. The 1-1. Kosciuszko takes up and away with the curveball. 2-1.
I think he's going to get a hanger at some point in this at-bat. And I see a Pac West conference sign out in right field. I think Cole's going to put it over it.
2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Gamboa looks in, tucks the glove in, now set at the belt. Looks to second, looks again, now the 2-1. Kosciuszko takes a fastball on the inside corner at the knees, 2-2.
So what? Nicely located, not his pitch. Still gets to see another.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Calvillo on deck. Speed on the bases for the Crawdads. Now the first baseman, Borelli, retreats past Walker, the runner on first. Gamboa peeks it. Beasley at second. Now the 2-2. Down and away, ball 3.
Yeah, it looked like the changeup. We've got a curveball from Gamboa. He's trying to go to the changeup in a good spit. 3-2 count, let it fly.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Beasley a good size lead off second. Walker not as much at first. Full count. Gamboa ready. Kosciuszko does the same. A deep breath, now the 3-2. Kosciuszko swings and misses over a curveball. Strike 3. Nice pitch on 3-2.
Yeah, that's really, really good. Down below the zone, started at the thigh. And it doesn't matter who's hitting. I don't think anyone's going to be able to lay off that one. That is a quality, quality pitch to a quality hitter. Gamboa gets the best of Kosciuszko.
Here's Cam Calvillo. Still an opportunity for the Crawdads here in the 7th. 2 runs home, looking to bring home more. Deficit is 4 late in the game. Calvillo at the dish, 1 for 3. A ground out, a fly out, a single. First pitch to the Crawdads shortstop. Curveball. Called the strike at the letters, 0-1. Calvillo doesn't mind it. Big curveball. Not much he can do with it. No balls and a strike. Both runners extend their leads, with the Crawdads trailing by 4. 0-1. Curveball, flip to the right side. That'll get foul, 0-2. Now Cam's got to be in protect mode. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. See if the Crawdads can keep chipping away. Gamboa looks in. Shakes off his catcher twice. Now ready. The 0-2. Calvillo gets hit in the back. An 0-2 curveball that didn't curve, and the Crawdads have the bases loaded.
Yes, take it. Thank you. Hope you brought your shopping bag.
Why?
It's a free 90.
Wow.
Now bases loaded. And lefty-righty matchup. Wilbert had a double in the 9th inning on Sunday. Why not a double in the 7th? Get things a little bit closer. This is a tying run at the plate all of a sudden.
0 for 2 is Wilbert today. Left-handed hitter with power. Calm stance in the left-handed batter's box. Gamboa now works from the windup with the bases loaded. First pitch. Wilbert takes a little high with a fastball, 1-0.
Good pitch, better take. Kind of at the hands. Maybe setting Wilbert up for something slow, low.
Wilbert now the 8th Crawdad to hit this inning, representing the tying run here in the 7th. Gamboa shakes off his catcher, now comes set, the 1-0. Wilbert takes a pitch at the knees on the inside, 1-1. Beasley on third, Walker on second, Calvillo on first. Good speed all around, especially the runners that would have to go a little further back on second and first. A ball and a strike to Wilbert. The 1-1. Down low, 2-1.
CRS. Catch
Big
a
one.
run saved.
6-2 the score here in the 7th. The Crawdads finally putting together something on the offensive end. Their first crooked number in a while. 2 balls and a strike. Gamboa, the big righty, nods to his catcher. The 2-1. Wilbert takes a pitch that misses somewhere, 3-1.
High, I guess. Great take.
See if he has the green light. A walk would bring home a run. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Gamboa from the windup, nods his head. Now he's ready. The 3-1 pitch. Wilbert lines it into right field. That's a base knock. Coming home to score is Beasley. Walker gets the send. Here's the throw to the plate. It is up the line and not in time. A 2-run single for Mark Wilbert, and the Crawdads cut the deficit in half. It's 6-4.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, Mark. Good swing. Line drive to right. That's a barrel. And all of a sudden, tying runs on base. Phone a friend, please. Come on.
I need some water. Want to talk? Do a little look-see.
Gonna have to give me a moment. Oh, pitching change. So we'll step aside.
Back for the top of the 7th, and it's a certified good dude on the mound. It's a Crawdad legend. It's Antoine Valerio.
It's everybody's GOAT, Antoine Valerio, and he's making his first appearance of the summer. But he was an awesome Crawdad last year. Small sample, 11 and 2/3 innings, 3.86 ERA. Kind of been around the block in terms of spring college ball. Grambling State, Chabot, Cal State, Monterey Bay. But A-plus human being in a big spot.
It's Ethan Liao with runners on first and second, 2 down here in the 7th. 4 runs home for the Crawdads. Liao representing the go-ahead run. The tying run, Wolbert on first. Both runners have big leads. First pitch to Liao. Fastball off the inside, 1-0. A cool piece of Crawdad trivia. Antoine Valerio, we found this out today, started both of our first games. One as a member of the Bay Area Force and one as a member of the Crawdads. And Bay Area Force back in 22, Crawdads with you in 23. So, awesome dude. 1-0. Inside 2-0. And what we know about Valerio is he is a true 4-pitch guy. The changeup is nasty. Ground ball guy. Got some big starts for the Crawdads over the last couple of years and was really good. 2 balls and no strikes to Liao, the 9th Crawdad to hit this inning. 0 for 2 with a pop out, a walk and a strikeout. In a hitter's count, the 2-0 from Valerio. Hits him. Bases are going to be loaded.
Shopping bags, please. Hope you brought them. More free 90s. Bases loaded. Tying run in scoring position with the guy that started this inning off. Austin is not okay.
Now the voice is gone. Here's Aiden Camberg. Led off the inning with a home run. That feels like an eternity ago. Since then, single, hit by pitch, strikeout, single, strikeout, hit by pitch, single, hit by pitch, and the bases are loaded. The tying run on second, the go-ahead run on first. Camberg, left-handed hitter with power. Crawdads have batted around here in the 7th. First pitch. Camberg takes tight, ball 1. And we never really saw this with Antoine Valerio. He's a strike-throwing machine for the Crawdads the last couple of years, but has missed with 4 straight. Crawdads likely going to be a red light until they see at least 1 strike. Valerio's 1-0. Generous call on a strike on the outside, 1-1.
Yeah, just a spinner to be just barely on the outside corner. And that's not a pitch that Camberg can do damage with.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here in the 7th. Valerio brings it set to the belt, the 1-1. Camberg takes. Call the strike on the inside, 1-2. Gives a lot on both sides of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Now Camberg's going to have to protect with the bases loaded. Calvillo, Wolbert, Liao, your runners third to first. The 1-2. Camberg strikes out swinging. Fastball past him on the outside, and what can you do after going pitch 2 balls off the outside, pitch 2 balls off the inside? Got to protect. 4-run inning for the Crawdads. Led to the bottom of the 7th, 6-4. The Crawdads now trail by just 2. Bottom half of the 7th inning, 6-4 the Crawdads trail, but They'll take a 4-run frame. It'll be 6-7-8. Granucci, Jeremiah, Jacobs against the Crawdads righty, Rowan Leto.
Crawdads needed that. The 7th inning has been their inning in this series. They got the 2 to tie on Sunday.
First pitch to Granucci is a fastball at the knees on the outside, called strike 1.
4 to get themselves within 2 here today. And let's see if Rowan Leto can hold the lead.
No balls and a strike to Granucci. Fastball down and away. Did he go? No, he did not. Says no one. A ball and a strike.
Hold the deficit.
Beasley appealed, but didn't get a reaction, which is unkind. 1-1. Outside 2-1. Granucci so far today 0 for 2 with a walk, a steal, and a run scored. It'll be interesting to see what Leto can do here in his second inning of work. 2-1. Popped up right side. Wolbert moving towards the line, hustling in. Stops, makes the catch right in fair ground for out number 1.
This is what you need. A 1-2-3 would be perfect. Would be awesome. You get the 4 in the top half, hold them scoreless in the bottom half, get to the 8th with some momentum.
Here's Jace Jeremiah. 1 for 2 with a double and a walk. Scored a run back in the 5th. First pitch. Lined right side. Kosciuszko dives, knocks it down. Over to get it is the second baseman Walker. Throws to Leto, and he's going to fake the throw as Jeremiah was in there safely, a single.
It's like the second time today that Cole Kosciuszko's kind of looked like, I don't know, Superman at first base. Full extension right there. I'm not even really sure how that kicked towards second base.
I don't really know.
I don't know. Is that physics?
Yes.
Not a physics guy, so
we've learned that we're really not
much. We're like pretty not smart.
Here's Blake Jacobs, who's reached base 3 times. First pitch, curveball up high. I am bordering on unable to talk right now.
Yeah, this is tough.
Tough scenes here at Pat Bale Field. Where were you when Austin lost his voice? Because I was there.
It still sounds like you've got it.
I don't. A ball and no strikes to Jacobs. Swing and a miss. Delete me fastball, 1-1. Fastball just like blows up on him. 6-4, Crawdads trail by 2 here in the 7th. Leto shakes his head no, now looks to first. Decent sized lead for Jeremiah as Leto steps off.
Do you need to step off?
I might. Might be my last inning.
Amar, get ready to learn broadcast.
1-1's a strike, 1 and 2. This really might be my last inning.
Do you want to just get off now?
I wouldn't hate it.
All right.
You want to take over? We done?
So a ball and 2 strikes on Blake Jacobs with an out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Leto comes set at the belt. 1-2 pitch home. Off speed, popped up, shallow left field. Camberg started back, now charges in, but it's going to be the center fielder, Casey Cummings, who calls off Calvillo to make the catch for the second out of the bottom of the 7th inning. It's kind of in that the triangle of 3 players with Calvillo going back, Camberg and Cummings coming in. Never really thought it was going to be Casey's ball, but flashed some speed and got to the spot. So 2 outs, a runner on first, and the second baseman, Brady Wetzel, from the right side. Takes down low, pitch in the dirt. Snap throw down to first, but back in ahead of the throw is Jace Jeremiah. Crawdads trailing 6-4 in the home half of the 7th inning at Pat Bale Field. Leto, the 3rd pitcher to be used by the Crawdads today, 2nd in relief. He comes set. 1-0. Fastball fouled into the screen, back of home plate. Count evens 1-1. Brant Cummings and the Crawdads would love a shutdown inning from Leto here in the bottom of the 7th inning after they were able to score 4 in the top half. First crooked number inning for the Dads since the 7th inning of Sunday's game. 1-1 pitch. Off speed down below the zone, and somehow Wetzel gets a piece. Count will go to 1-2. Almost looked like he golfed at it, took it out of the dirt. Sun has set, lights are on. A ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs in the inning. Jeremiah leads off first, a small lead. The 1-2 pitch fouled back. A pretty powerful fastball from the righty Leto. And Wetzel was just able to get a piece. Infield, outfield straight up with Cole Kosciuszko holding on. Jace Jeremiah, first base. 1-2 pitch, Leto, deep breath. Fastball hit on the ground, couple of hops for Calvillo. He waits for it, underhand shovel to second, and the inning is over. A 1-out single for Jace Jeremiah, but the Merchants do not score. We'll go to the top half of the 8th inning here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Two frames to go from Pat Bale Field here at the College of Alameda. Antoine Valerio back to work. His second inning of relief fires in a first pitch off speed that misses below the zone to Nico DeFazio. DeFazio, Beasley, Cummings 9-1 or 8-9 and 1 for the Crawdads in the top of the 8th inning. 6-4 they trail. 1-0 DeFazio on the corner, called a strike to even the count 1-1. DeFazio 1 for 3 today. Singled and scored a run back in the long 7th inning. 1-1 pitch. Slider misses down below the zone, 2-1. Crawdads sent 10 men to the plate in the 7th inning. It all started with the Aiden Camberg homer. Next 2 guys would reach. 2-1 misses inside. 3 balls and a strike. DeFazio singled. Beasley walked. Cummings struck out. Walker walked. Kosciuszko struck out. Calvillo was hit. Wolbert 2-run single. 3-1. Inside ball 4. And a 5-pitch walk to Nico DeFazio to start the 8th inning. The tying run is coming to the plate for the Crawdads.
Now batting, number 37, the catcher, Nikhil Beasley.
It's the number 9 man, Nikhil Beasley. Beasley's had a good day. He's 0 for 1, but he's walked twice and scored a run. Right-handed batter waits. Valerio comes home with the first pitch. And it catches the inside corner for a called strike. Didn't exactly look like Beasley agreed with it. Kind of just shook his head back and forth. The zone has been big today. 0-1. Slider way outside, but a pretty good pitch as Zapata flashes the glove back to Valerio on the mound. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out, top of the 8th inning. Merchants leading 6-4, but the Crawdads have the tying run at the plate. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Runners going. DeFazio is able to steal second standing and work himself into scoring position. Now Beasley in a 1-2 hole. In the very back of the batter's box, just waiting with the bat on his back shoulder. Valerio and Zapata just not on the same page as Valerio finally gets a pitch he likes and comes set. DeFazio taking off for third. 1-2 pitch hit on the ground through the left side and a base hit. DeFazio's going to score with ease. An RBI single for Nikhil Beasley, and the Crawdads are within 1.
Number 5, center fielder, Casey Cummings. He's also the half-off batter of the game.
It'll bring the lineup to the top with the Crawdads now trailing 6-5. They went into the top of the 7th trailing 6-0. Time is going to be called as Frank Zapata is going to go head out and have a word with the former Crawdad, Antoine Valerio. Just going to be a meeting between them. I guess now is a good time to take a look around the CCL. This look around the CCL is brought to you by American Stage Tours, small enough to care and large enough to compete. Conejo Oaks victorious over the Slow Blues 9-2. Sonoma Stompers just defeated the Menlo Park Legends at the College of San Mateo 5-4. Game you're listening to here. Alameda Merchants on top of the Walnut Creek Crawdads 6-5, but the Crawdads are threatening. And in the south, OC Riptide and the Academy Barons tied at 5. Slow and Arroyo Seco 3-1. The Saints are leading. Ventura County, San Diego Sunrays has not been put into point streak. Looks like that's going to be the day for Antoine Valerio. Dustin Cheney out to the mound. Merchants making a change, 6-5 here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Brand new ball game here at the top of the 8th inning at Pat Bale Field. 6-5, Merchants still leading over the Crawdads. But the Crawdads threatening with a runner on first, nobody out, in the top of the order, Casey Cummings coming up. It's a new pitcher, Asante Wilson. The right-hander comes set at the chest. First pitch to Casey Cummings is a fastball and a called strike, 0-1. Day is done for Antoine Valerio, book yet to be closed. Didn't have his stuff today, just got one out, gave up a hit, a walk, a strikeout, and a hits batter. 0-1 count to Casey Cummings, who swung the bat well today. He takes outside a ball and a strike. Nikhil Beasley, the runner on first, singled and cashed in with an RBI. DeFazio led off this inning. He walked. Throw over to first and back head first is Beasley. Looks like some action in the Crawdad bullpen. Kind of tough to tell. The lights don't really cover that part of the field, but it looks like Noah Zirkle as the 1-1. Casey swings over the top of a good slider from Asante Wilson. It's 1-2. Wilson's been solid on the year, 0-1 win-loss, 3.85 ERA. This is 9th appearance of the summer, spanning 12 innings. Only 5 strikeouts as the 1-2 pitch. Foul tipped, got in and out of Zapata's glove. Count will stay 1-2. We saw Wilson in the game on Saturday. He failed to record an out, gave up a hit, 2 runs. Only faced those 3 batters, but didn't allow any runs. 1-2. Casey reaches for it and softly fouls it down the left field line. It'll hook into the corner, a foul ball. Wilson kind of got bailed out by Tobin Cantrell. Loaded the bases, and Cantrell came in to clean up the mess. Ball 2 strikes, nobody out, top of the 8th with a run already home. As throw over kind of gets away from Rocco Borelli. But he's able to pounce on it in foul ground and keep Beasley at first. Crawdads have really struggled on the road in the last week. Dropped 2 straight as the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Casey Cummings went chasing a slider down and out of the zone. It's the first out of the 8th inning as Asante Wilson strikes out the first batter he faces. Crawdads, like I was saying, they've struggled on the road. 2 straight losses, one in Sonoma, one on Saturday at Laney College against this Alameda Merchants team that's been really good the second half of the season. 1 out, and Isaiah Walker coming up. Walker's a guy that you want in the clutch, has come up with multiple clutch late RBI base hits. First pitch to him. Fastball and fouled off of his front foot. It's 0-1. Walker's 1 for 3 today, a couple of strikeouts, hit by pitch, and a run scored after he singled in the 7th inning. No balls, a strike. Wilson home. 0-1 is flared foul off the other direction. It's 0-2. Walker had a big RBI double in the 11th inning to tie the game. In the Friday game against the Merchants, the game that went 11 innings, Jackson Bird walked it off with a single. Crawdads could use some extra bases here. Beasley, short lead off first, 0-2 pitch in the dirt, gets away from Zapata, but Beasley didn't get a good read on it. Count goes to 1-2. Crawdads were trailing 6-0 going into the 7th. They scored 4 in the top of the 7th. They've got 1 here in the top of the 8th. With the runner on first and Walker in an 0-2 count. The pitch home. Fastball misses by the shoot tops, and it's 2-2. Asante Wilson, the 5th pitcher to be used by Alameda tonight. Started with Harry Tews, 3 scoreless innings, gave up 3 hits, had a couple of strikeouts. 2-2 pitch. Fastball fouled in and out of Zapata's glove. We'll do a 2-2 again. Jake Gebb was really good. 3 innings, 2 hits. A run, it was earned. 2 walks, 3 Ks. Anthony Gamboa wasn't quite his day. Just 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 4 earned runs, a walk, 2 strikeouts. Valerio was the pitcher in the last inning and started this inning. Went 1/3 of an inning, a hit, a walk, a strikeout, a hits batter. As time called at home plate. Home plate umpire Angela Nori. Looks like she took that last pitch off of her right bicep. Zapata going out to the top of the mound just to give the courtesy timeout as Walker takes a stroll off in the distance. 6-5, Merchants leading over the Crawdads in the top of the 8th inning. 8 hits for the Dads, 11 for the Merchants. Looks like we're ready. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Fastball and another foul ball from Isaiah Walker, who continues to just get enough of a piece to stay alive and see another. Always good for a competitive at-bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Beasley leads off first. Here's the 2-2, swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Asante Wilson, and there's 2 gone in the top of the 8th inning. That'll bring up Cole Kosciuszko. Cole singled in the first inning. He's 0 for 3 since. Fly out to right, popped up on the infield and struck out swinging. First pitch to him, misses down low. 1-0. Come up with runners in scoring position his last time up. 1-0, runner goes, pitch down low, throw down there from Zapata, not in time. Beasley's able to steal second, and the tying run in scoring position for the Crawdads. Pitch was called a ball, so it's 2-0 on one of the CCL's most lethal hitters with runners in scoring position. He leads the CCL with RBIs with 30+. In a 2-0 count with 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. Kosciuszko waits in the back of the batter's box. Asante Wilson comes set. High with the hands, the 2-0 pitch. Misses outside. 3 balls and no strikes to Cole Kosciuszko. It's Cam Calvillo who waits on deck. And if you're the Merchants, maybe you don't hate a walk to Cole Kosciuszko, especially if you're already in a 3-0 count. Here is the 3-0. Fastball on the outside for strike 1. Beasley leads off second. He's the tying run. 6-5, Merchants leading in the top of the 8th inning. The pitch. Fastball fouled back. Pretty good rip from Cole Kosciuszko, but the count goes full 3-2. Crawdads really haven't led at all in this 3-game stretch against the Merchants. 3 balls, 2 strikes, another foul ball on a good, healthy swing from Kosciuszko. The only time they led was when they walked it off in the bottom of the 11th inning. That was in game 1. Able to tie things late on Saturday. Three-two. Fastball up high, ball 4. Go-ahead run is on base for the Crawdads with Cam Calvillo coming up.
Now batting number 3, the shortstop, Cam Calvillo.
I mean, this is the guy that you want if you're the Crawdads. 1 for 3 today. He got hit back in the 7th in an 0-2 pitch, or on an 0-2 pitch. Grounded out to short, flew out to left. The single came back in the 3rd inning, and it looks like Brant Cummings is going to call an offensive meeting. Nikhil Beasley, Cole Kosciuszko will come off the bases, and they're just going to have a word off to the left of home plate. 6-5, Merchants leading over the Crawdads. Crawdads, of course, threatening here in the top of the 8th inning with a run home. Things started with a walk of Nico DeFazio. He would steal second, come home to score on an Nikhil Beasley single through the left side of the diamond. The Merchants would then go to Asante Wilson. He struck out the first 2 batters he faced, Casey Cummings and Isaiah Walker, then walked Cole Kosciuszko. Now he'll have Cam Calvillo with the tying run on second base. Go-ahead run off first. Wilson holds his glove on his chest, now comes set, holds his hands far out from his chest. The first pitch to Calvillo will have to wait. Asante Wilson spins off the mound and almost just a courtesy throw back towards second. Beasley wasn't going anywhere. Pretty small lead. Beasley held on by the second baseman, Wetzel. First pitch on the way. Calvillo rips it down the left field line, but he cleaned it out well foul. It's 0-1. Noah Zirkel continues to warm in the Crawdad bullpen. It's been Rowan Leto for the last couple of innings. He's been really solid. No ball is a strike. This one bounced on the left side. Third baseman Jacobs can't handle it. It's into left field. Beasley's being waved around. He's going to score, and the game is tied at 6th in the 8th. Wow, miscommunication from the left side of the infield. Blake Jacobs and Jace Jeremiah goes right in between them, and the game is tied. Wow. I mean, is that an E5? Wow. So Crawdads have runners on the corners. 2 outs. Go ahead run now 90 feet away in Cole Kosciuszko. 2 runs home in the inning as the first pitch to Wolbert misses down low 1-0. Crawdads stringing together 2 good innings. 4 runs in the top of the 7th, 3 here in the top of the 8th. 1-0. Flared off to the left. Giving it a look is Jacobs, but it'll land well out of his reach. The count goes to 1-1. And the scoreboard is wrong. It's just 2 runs here. No, it's 3. I stand corrected. No, it is 2. Okay, so a ball and a strike on Wolbert. Runners on the corners. Game's tied at 6 as this one gets away. Taken off for the plate is Kosciuszko. He'll score standing, and the Crawdads lead 7-6 in the 8th. Wow, a wild pitch in E5, but the Crawdads are able to take the lead late in the game. Calvillo is able to move up to second. Wolbert's in a 2-1 count. As the first baseman, Rocco Borelli, has his shoe off completely. This has been one of the most interesting innings, maybe of all time. Now it's 3 runs home in the top of the 8th, with the Crawdads leading 7-6 for the first time in a couple of games. 2-1, Wolbert swings over the top, and the count goes to 2-2. Wolbert, the 7th batter to bat in this inning after the Dads sent 10 to the plate in the 7th. Really been taxing this Merchants bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on second. Pitch home. Hit pretty well left field and deep. McGee going back. He's got a beat on it. Almost reaches down to make the catch to end the inning. It was a wild one. Crawdads score 3 with only 1 base hit. Go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 7-6 Crawdads lead on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Top of the order for the bottom of the 8th. Crawdads now leading over the Alameda Merchants 7-6 after a wild past couple of innings. 4 runs in the top of the 7th, 3 in the top of the 8th on only 1 hit in the top of the 8th. An error on the third baseman, Blake Jacobs, to allow a ball to get into left field, scored a run to tie it, and then a wild pitch allowed Cole Kosciuszko to come home and score. And Crawdads going to turn to a new arm. It's the righty Noah Zirkle for the top of the order, Frank Zapata. First pitch is a fastball, is a strike, and it's 0-1 to Zapata. Zirkle relieving Rowan Leto, who was really, really solid. He's been really, really solid since his return from injury. 0-1 is in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Leto, 2 innings, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and a strikeout. No one's warming in the Crawdads bullpen, but there is some motion down there, so wouldn't be surprised if Zirkle only went this 1 inning. 1-1 pitch. Fastball, top of the zone, no. Called a ball. 2 balls and a strike on the leadoff man, Frank Zapata. Zapata today, 2 for 4. Doubled in the first, came home to score a run. Takes a pitch that didn't miss by much, and it's 3-1. Lined out to second in the second, singled in the fourth, lined out to short in the fifth. Merchants batting in a deficit for the first time in a while as the 3-1 is down low. Ball 4, leadoff walk to start the 8th inning for the Merchants, and just like that, the tying run's aboard. Maybe the last thing you would have wanted if you're the Crawdads after you score 7 unanswered runs to take the lead. A 5-pitch walk of the leadoff man to bring up Jack Rogers, who in a 1-run game a couple of days ago doubled the left center field. At the time, it gave the Merchants a 2-0 lead. Certified Crawdad killer. He's 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored today. He'll take a fastball inside, but called a strike. Rogers was bailing out of the way, getting the hands out. Kind of flailed all over the place, but it's called a strike and 0-1. The 0-1 pitch is way high to the backstop on the fly. Zapata's going to take second with ease on the wild pitch. And all of a sudden here, tying run in scoring position for the Merchants. And a right-hander, Drew Aguiar, is getting loose and pretty quickly down the right field line in the Crawdad bullpen. Nobody out, bottom of the 8th inning. Crawdads leading 7-6 in a dangerous part of the order coming up as Rogers fouls this one off and behind home plate. It's 1-2. Rogers, Borelli, Levitt, McGee after the leadoff walk of Frank Zapata. Zapata takes his lead off second base. Rogers in a 1-2 hole. Zirkle comes set at the chest. The 1-2 pitch home. Fastball taken, that's strike 3. Got him looking. Rogers knew it. It's the first out of the bottom of the 8th. Couldn't have come at a better time.
Number 22, the first baseman, Rocco Borelli.
So it'll be Rocco Borelli. Walked, scored a run in the first, sac fly in the second, grounded into an inning-ending double play in the fourth, and singled in the 6th. Bats with a runner in scoring position, representing the game's tying run. Borelli, right-hand batter ready, calls time as like there were some bugs in his eyesight. First pitch to Rocco Borelli on the way from Noah Zirkle. Fastball in or part of the plate, but called a ball. Missed a little bit inside 1-0. Crawdads have lost their last 2 road games. 1 to Sonoma, 1 to these Merchants. Merchants have been really good here at home. They've won 3 straight, trying to dig their way out of a 1-run deficit. And they were leading 6-0 after the 5th inning. Crawdads pitching has really been able to step up since. Ball no strikes to Rocco Borelli. Fastball ran in and got him high on the back. Merchant's going to have runners on first and second, 1 out, and Casey Levitt McGee coming up.
33, the left fielder, Casey Levitt McGee.
Levitt McGee 1 for 3 today. RBI single in the first, walked in the 5th. And now the potential go-ahead run on base for the Merchants, but maybe not the worst case scenario. At least now it sets up the double play possibility. 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. Noah Zirkle trying to protect a 1-run lead. 7-6 Crawdads lead it as of now. Scored 4 in the top of the 7th, 3 in the top of the 8th. And the Merchants have base runners here in the bottom of the 8th. Zirkle set. Comes home. Fastball at the knees and a called strike to the big, tall left-hander, Casey Levitt McGee. No balls. The strike runners extend their leads. The pitch a little bit low, 1-1. Looked like a pretty good spot from Noah Zirkle, but misses just a little bit low. We've seen that pitch called a strike tonight. Big lead off second for Frank Zapata, and the pitch again gets to the backstop on a fly. Going to be another free 90 for the base runners. Merchants have the tying run on third, go-ahead run on second, only 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning on the second wild pitch of the inning, and it wasn't even close from Noah Zirkle. Got to the backstop on the fly. No, the catcher, Nikhil Beasley, pretty tall guy, had no chance at that. Crawdads infield not going to come all the way in. It'll be the corners that do. Kosciuszko at first and DeFazio at third, both with their toes on the cut of the grass. Middle infield playing about halfway. 2-1. Flared back. 2-2. Crawdads need Noah Zirkle in this spot. Strikeout would be huge. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Zirkle, a deep breath as he comes home. From the stretch, 2-2 pitch, and a good job to stay alive from Casey Levitt McGee. Just threw the hands on looked like an off-speed pitch on the outer part of the plate. Lights completely in effect here at Pat Bale Field. Sun completely set. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and an out. The pitch from Zirkle is fouled off and out of play again. The at-bat will continue. Levitt McGee, and much like the rest of this Merchants lineup, has put up really good at-bats with 2 strikes today. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Zirkle and Levitt McGee staring each other down as Zirkle comes set. 1 big deep breath before the 2-2. Here it is, and it misses outside. The count going to go full on the Merchants' first baseman. Three balls, 2 strikes. 1 out with Kahukai Young waiting on deck. He's going to come up with the bases loaded as the 3-2 misses down below the zone. Second walk issued by Noah Zirkle. Hasn't had his stuff. Usually we see him commanding the strike zone with strong authority. Hasn't been the case today. 2 walks, a couple of wild pitches, and a hit batter. And it looks like could be the day. Zirkle kind of staring into the bullpen as Brant Cummins is coming out and taking the ball out of the hand of Noah Zirkle. Zirkle gonna depart, leaving the bases loaded with just 1 out. It's time for Drew Aguiar. We'll be back on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. 7-6, but the bases are loaded for the Merchants. Back for the bottom of the 8th inning. Bases are loaded, just 1 out. It'll be Kai Young to face the new pitcher, Drew Aguiar. Aguiar coming in a tough spot, but I think it's pretty much the guy that the dads want to have the ball in his hand. I mean, Aguiar's been the guy. Zirkle did not have it today, faced 4 batters, walked 2 of them, hit 1, struck out 1. Aguiar has been fantastic on the year, a 0.93 ERA. He's thrown 29 innings, 28 strikeouts, just 12 hits allowed, and it looks like Wyatt Thames is going to pinch run for the runner on first, Casey Levitt McGee.
Pinch runner for the Merchants. It's number 7.
Thames will lead off first, Borelli off second, Zapata off third, with just 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Crawdads leading 7-6. So a very similar story back on Sunday. Crawdads were able to tie the game in the 7th, gave the lead up in the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch to Kai Young from the newly entered Drew Aguiar, misses low below the zone, 1-0. Kai Young sacrifice fly in the first, singled in the third. He's 0 for 2 since, so a 1 for 3 day. 1-0 pitch, misses down below the zone. 2 balls and no strikes. Merchants have not scored since the 5th inning. They've put themselves in a pretty prime opportunity here as the 2-0 is swung on and missed. Kai Young chased ball 3. That was a pitch in the dirt, maybe an off-speed, a changeup from Aguiar. Corners up for the Crawdads with the middle infield playing back. Tying run on third base, and the base is loaded. 2 balls, a strike. Pitch home is bounced on the ground over the head of Nico DeFazio into left field, and a base hit. A run has scored. Borelli coming. The throw not in time. Throw back to third, able to get Wyatt Thames. So the Crawdads at least going to get an out, but a 2-run single for Kai Young. 8-7. Merchants lead.
Number 23, the center fielder, Rocco Granucci.
Same story as Sunday. Crawdads 4 runs in the top of the 7th, 3 in the top of the 8th, just to give it up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Runs will be charged to Noah Zirkle, who is now off the hook, or off the books. He went a third of an inning, didn't give up a hit, allowed 2 runs, both earned, and walked 2. It'll be Shea Aldridge to pinch run for Kai Young. Batter is Rocco Granucci. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning, 2 runs home, and the Merchants lead 8-7. Aguiar home, first pitch to Granucci, misses inside, 1-0. Just a nightmare inning. Started with a 5-pitch walk of Frank Zapata. Rogers would strike out. Borelli was hit by a pitch in a 1-0 count. Casey Levitt McGee would walk after a really nice battle with Noah Zirkle. Fouled off a ton of close pitches. Able to draw ball 4. 1-0 hit on the ground past the dive of Nico DeFazio into the corner. Heading for third is Aldridge. Here comes the throw from Camberg. It'll be cut off. Heading into second is Rocco Granucci. Merchants have runners on second and third with 2 outs after the double. Things are falling apart for the Crawdads here in the 8th inning. Neither ball hit particularly hard, but just in a perfect spot. The 2-run single for Kai Young was a bouncer over the head of Nico DeFazio. Had he been playing back, he could have had it. Here's Jace Jeremiah. He'll take a strike on a fastball at the knees, and then that one just out of his reach. Also, if he's playing back, maybe he has a chance of getting it, but he was almost more even with the bag. So runners on second and third with 2 outs and an 0-1 count for Jace Jeremiah. The shortstop takes a curveball outside. It's 1-1. Jeremiah's had a good day. 2 for 3, a double, a single, a walk, a run scored. Big spot here, looking to add on. Aldridge leads off third, pinch running for Kahukai Young. Rocco Granucci leads off second. A huge lead off second base. A single would score him. 1-1, swing and a miss. Aguiar went to the elevated heater, and Jeremiah went around on it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch home. Fastball, same spot taken and called a ball. Looked pretty good, but Aguiar will have to keep working. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. 2-2 home, swing and a miss, strike 3. Crawdads finally able to get out of the 8th inning, but not before. The Merchants send 7 men to the plate, score 2 times to retake the lead. 8-7, Merchants leading. It'll be Liao, Camberg, and DeFazio when we come back here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Crawdads have 3 outs to score 1 run. Not something that they haven't done before, but deficit nonetheless. Asante Wilson back to the bump. Liao swings through the first pitch. It's 0-1. Ethan Liao, Aiden Camberg, Nico DeFazio going to need to get something going. Crawdads have lost 2 consecutive games on the road as Ethan Liao is walking back towards the dugout. Looks like he just needs some more sticky stuff. So the Merchants leading 8-7 on 12 hits, 8 hits for the Crawdads. It was early going for the Merchants. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the fifth. Crawdads didn't score till the 7th inning, but in the 7th inning they got 4. Were able to add on with 3 more in the top of the 8th, led 7-6. Merchants would score 2 in the bottom of the 8th to retake an 8-7 lead. Looks like we're finally ready. Wilson from the windup in the 0-1 pitch is a fastball right on the corner and a called strike. It's 0-2 on Ethan Liao. Liao is hitless so far today. He's 0 for 2. He's walked and been hit by a pitch. The 0-2 fouled off. Pretty firm back of home plate. Liao will stay alive and do another 0-2. Liao came into today hitting .636 with a double and a homer versus these Merchants, but he's hitless so far today. 0-2 pitch, fouled back behind home plate. We'll do another 0-2. Firm fastball from Asante Wilson at the top of the zone. Liao was able to get good enough of a piece to stay alive. 0-2 from Wilson. Fastball and another foul ball the other direction. Liao staying alive, living the good fight. No balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, top of the 9th. 0-2. Big curveball, a ball. Wouldn't take it again. Good pitch atop of the zone, froze Liao. But home plate umpire, Angela Nori, had it as a ball. So a ball and 2 strikes on Ethan Liao, who gets a second life. Wilson rocks, 1-2 pitch, fastball, high and away. Cantwell even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Crawdads trying to avoid losing 3 straight games on the road. Haven't been a great team on the road this year, only 7-5. 2-2 pitch, hit off the fist and a slow grounder to second. Wetzel charges, fires to first in time to get Liao by half a step. 1 up, 1 gone to start the top of the 9th inning.
Now batting number 12, the left fielder.
Now Aiden Camberg, 2 for 4, a single, a homer, a couple of strikeouts. Got the party started in the 7th inning. First pitch, misses down and away, 1-0. Good guy to have at the plate. Can draw a walk. In fact, draws walks with the best of them is the 1-0. Misses down and away again, 2 balls, no strikes. There's 20 walks on the year to just 12 strikeouts. 2-0 home. In the dirt, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Camberg's got pretty good speed. Getting him on base would be the tying run. 3-0 home. Fastball and a strike at the top of the zone. Looked like Camberg was taking all the way. Backs out of the left-handed batter's box, resets. 3-1 pitch. Fastball hammered, center field deep. Granucci going back, racing back to the track. It one-ups the wall in center field. Camberg heading for second. He wants more. Here comes the relay throw to third. It'll be not in time. A triple for Aiden Camberg, and the Crawdads have the tying run 90 feet away. Looked like it had a chance off the bat. He hit it to the deepest part of the park. And a pinch hitter coming up for Nico DeFazio. It's another Nico, no relation. Azpilicueta now. Infield in for the Merchants. First pitch, swing and a miss. Azpilicueta pinch hitting for Nico DeFazio, who was 1 for 3 with a single, a walk, and 2 runs scored. 0-1. Hit on the ground right side. Second baseman Wetzel dives, has 1 play. It's to first, an RBI ground out for Nico Azpilicueta. Camberg comes home to score, and the game is tied here in the 9th. Huge, huge, huge off the bench for Nico Azpilicueta. 8-8 were tied in the top of the 9th inning with 2 outs, and now Nikhil Beasley. First pitch misses way outside, 1-0. Wasn't hit hard at all, even with the infield drawn in. It took Wetzel to his left, almost had to dive to get it. Looked up towards home plate, but was never going to have a chance. 1-0 misses inside to Beasley, and it's 2-0. Wetzel made the right decision to go to first to get the out. 2 balls, no strikes. Wilson comes home, and this one's kind of just chopped foul the other direction. It's 2-1. Crawdads showing some late life. 4 runs in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, 1 here in the top of the 9th. Scoreboard out in right center field kind of messed up. 2-1. Beasley swings through a fastball, and it's 2-2. Looking ahead to the Merchants in the bottom of the 9th inning, they'll have Blake Jacobs, Brady Wetzel, then the top of the order, Frank Zapata, coming up against Drew Aguiar as the 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Elevated heater to get Nikhil Beasley swinging, but the damage has been done. a triple for Aiden Camberg. He comes home to score on the RBI ground out, pinch hit ground out for Nico Azpilicueta. We're tied going to the bottom of the 9th with Aguiar coming back to the bunt.
Now batting, number 20, the third baseman, Blake.
Back at Bale Field for the bottom of the 9th inning. 8-8 Crawdads and Merchants tied. Crawdads 4 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, the 1 in the top of the 9th inning to keep things alive. Aguiar back to the bump. Blake Jacobs takes a first pitch fastball that runs high and tight, 1-0. Looked like this was going to be the Merchants game the whole way through the 5th inning at least, as the 1-0 misses inside the Jacobs, has to do a little jump to get out of the way. It's 2-0. In the 5th inning, it was 6-0. Merchants led. And the Crawdads offense has awoken here in the latter third of the game. 2-0 to Jacobs. He takes a strike from the righty Aguiar. It's 2-1. Jacobs on the day 1 for 3, singled and scored back in the 2nd inning. Got hit by a pitch in the 5th. 2-1. Big curveball snaps in for a called strike. It's 2-2. Aguiar, 2nd inning of relief for him, came in with the bases loaded and only 1 out in the 8th. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3 on the corner. Got him looking. Drew Aguiar starts the 9th, same way he ends the 8th with a K, and there's 1 gone in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Second baseman, Brady Wetzel.
But Aguiar came in, bases loaded, only 1 out, having to face Kaihukai Young. He bounced a 2-run single over the head of the third baseman, Nico DeFazio. Rocco Granucci would double. Runners were on 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs, as Wetzel squares to bunt, pulls back, takes a ball, 1-0. After Wyatt Thames, who was pinch running for Casey Levitt-McGee, was thrown out at third base, trying to stretch into more 90 feet, as this one's looped softly into center field. Cummings charging hard. It'll drop on 1 hop right in front of him, and the potential winning run is on first base. Aguiar really had to work through the 8th inning. Did a good job to only allow the 2 runs. Could have been more. Got help from his defense, but struck out Jace Jeremiah in a big spot to end it. Jeremiah's had a good day. Swung the bat well. A double and a single. But now the top of the order coming up, Frank Zapata. Zapata had a busy early part of the game, going 2 for 3 in his first at-bats. Came around to score in the 8th inning after a walk. He swings through a pitch here. It's 0-1. Fastball got overpowered. Wetzel leading off of first base, 1 out, bottom of the 9th inning in a tied 8-8 game. Throw over, but back standing is Wetzel. Eight runs on 9 hits for the Dads, 8 runs on 13 hits for the Merchants. Zapata waits. He'll have to wait some more as Aguiar goes back to first base. And again, standing is Wetzel. 1 out, bottom of the 9th inning. Nobody warming in the Crawdads bullpen. Got to imagine it's going to be Aguiar's game to finish. We've seen him go 3+ multiple times in relief as the 0-1 misses a little bit high to Frank Zapata. Crawdads trying to snap a 2-game road losing streak, avoid losing 3 on the road for the first time in a couple of years. As the 1-1 pitch is hitting to right field, not deep. Wolbert ranges back a couple of steps, reaches up right-handed to make the catch. There's out number 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Crawdads have been just a good road team really since 2022. Never struggled on the road last year. This year, just 7-5. Of course, losing 2 straight. The Alameda Merchants have played well here at home. They've won their last 3 home games after starting 0-4 at home. Not out of the blue yet as Jack Rogers climbs into the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, curveball tapped foul towards the Crawdads dugout. Aguiar's ahead, 0-1. Rogers doubled home run in the first, walked in the second, flew out to center in the 4th, strikeouts in the 6th and the 8th. As looks like we're going to have another pinch runner or maybe just an offensive timeout as third base coach and head coach Dustin Cheney's going to have a word with Rogers and the runner Wetzel. On deck batter Rocco Borelli also going to get in on this. 3 runs in the bottom of the first, 1 in the bottom of the second, 2 in the bottom of the 5th, 4 in the top of the 7th, 8th, and 1 in the 9th for the Crawdads. 8-8 tie here in the bottom of the 9th inning and 2 outs with the potential winning run on first base, Brady Wetzel. Rogers in an 0-1 count after the offensive timeout. Grips his batting gloves and climbs in. Aguiar peers towards home plate, shakes off his catcher. Beasley agrees and comes set. At the belt, a throw over. Wetzel was leaning, this time diving in ahead of the throw. No balls, a strike. Wetzel extends. Not going. 0-1 pitch hit sharply on the ground, but right at Cam Calvillo. Shovels to second to end the inning. Drew Aguiar able to work around the 1-out bloop single, and we've got free baseball coming up at Pat Bale Field. 8-8 tie, Crawdads baseball here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. We've got extra innings here at Pat Bale Field. Crawdads and Merchants tied at 8. Ghost runner on second base as Casey Cummings squares to bunt, pulls back, and takes a ball. 1-0. It's Xavier Rios leading off of second base, pinch running for Nikhil Beasley, who had a pretty solid day. Scored 2 runs, walked a couple of times, had an RBI single. Casey, the leadoff guy for the Crawdads in a 1-0 count, has also swung the bat well today. Squares to bunt and pops it up just in front of the mound. It'll get down. Catcher Zapata just waited on it, and it's going to stay a fair ball. A bunt single for Casey Cummings. Able to move into third base is Xavier Rios. Crawdads have runners on the corners. Nobody out. Isaiah Walker coming up. Wasn't the prettiest bunt by any means, but it gets the job done. It was meant to be a sacrifice, and Casey just put it in a perfect spot. Isaiah Walker, Crawdads, maybe one of their clutchest hitters at the plate. Infield will draw in, but Asante Wilson, who's still on the mound, steps off the back of the mound, fakes a throw to first. A lot of speed on first with Casey Cummings. Wouldn't be surprised to see him take off here. Middle infield's going to back up a couple of steps. Walker waits. Wilson, high set, comes home. Squaring to bunt is Walker. He pulls back and takes a strike. Is not thrilled with the call. Looked to be low, looked to be outside. 3 strikeouts on the day for Isaiah Walker. He's 1 for 4, singled, scored a run in the 4-run 7th inning. Casey takes off for second. Pitch is outside and high. Throw down to second, not in time. Stolen base for Casey Cummings. Crawdads have 2 in scoring position here in the top of the 10th inning. Casey swipes his 10th bag of the year. Now the entirety of the Merchants infield's going to draw in. 1 ball, 1 strike on Isaiah Walker. Right-hander ready. Wilson comes home, pitches bounced foul outside the third base bag, and Walker's going to have to protect with 2 strikes. He has struck out 3 times tonight, but all the at-bats have been pretty competitive. No balls, 2 strikes. Wilson from the windup. 0-2 pitch, curveball in the dirt, taken, count will even 2-2. Walker was the second batter that Wilson faced after entering the ball game. Struck out Casey, struck out Isaiah, was able to get out of the 8th. No balls, 2 strikes. Pitch, fouled the other way. Count will stay 2-2. 8 runs on 9 hits for the Crawdads. 8 runs on 13 for the Merchants. Here in the top of the 10th inning, runners on second and third. 2-2 to Walker. Fastball, top of the zone, fouled off. Good job again to get a piece and stay alive. Cole Kosciuszko waits on deck. Cam Calvillo, Mark Wolbert. Nobody warming in the Crawdads bullpen. Going to be Aguiar for the bottom of the 10th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wilson looking for out number 1. 2-2. Hit on the ground, back up the middle, into center field and a base hit. Rios has scored. Here comes Casey. Crawdads lead by 2. Walker's caught in between first and second, able to get back to first. But a 2-run, 2-strike single for Isaiah Walker, and the Crawdads lead 10-8.
Now batting, number 19, the first baseman, Presley Kosciuszko.
Bouncing ball with the infield drawn in. And a wild one here in Alameda. Zapata is going to have a word with Asante Wilson. As Isaiah Walker again delivers in the clutch. Battled with 2 strikes, fouled off multiple tough pitches. was able to bounce one back up the middle to give the Crawdads a 10-8 lead. First pitch to Kosciuszko on the outside corner, called a strike. He is very frustrated with that call, just snapped back towards the dugout, shaking his head. Cole is 1 for 4, a single and a walk. 1-0 outside. 1-1. Xavier Rios came home to score. That run will be unearned to Asante Wilson. The Casey Cummings run will be earned. 1-1 will have to wait as a throw over. Walker just barely got back in ahead of the throw. 1 ball, 1 strike. Starting to stop from Walker as the pitch misses low. 2 balls and a strike to Cole Kosciuszko. Not the guy you want to have in a hitter's count. He'll step out of the left-hand batter's box, take a couple of practice cuts, and climb back in. Rests in the back of the box as the Wilson comes home with the 2-1, swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch to even the count, 2-2. Isaiah Walker, small lead off first. Now he's going to extend as Wilson comes set. 2-2 pitch, popped up and out of play. We'll have another. Crawdads leading 10-8 here in the top of the 10th inning. 4 in the top of the 7th, 3 in the top of the 8th, 1 in the top of the 9th, 2 here in the top of the 10th. 2-2 one more time. Fouled back. We'll do it again. Another good battle from this Crawdads offense. Just not willing to go down with 2 strikes. Saw it from Isaiah Walker. He was able to get a pitch he liked and send it back up the middle into center field for a 2-run single. As of now, the difference in this game. 2-2, and they've got him picked off. Walker was leaning towards second base. Borelli and the shortstop Jeremiah have him caught in a rundown. It'll be Brady Wetzel that applies the tag and gets Walker for the first out. It's the second out today that Isaiah Walker has made on the bases. This one just got a little too antsy off first base, was almost shuffling towards second base as Wilson was picking over. Here's the 2-2 to Kosciuszko, swing and a miss, strike 3, and then the blink of an eye, there's 2 down in the top of the 10th inning. Fourth strikeout for Asante Wilson since he entered in the 8th inning. It'll bring up Cam Calvillo, but we might have to wait as Dustin Chaney is making a slow walk out to the top of the mound. No indication towards the bullpen yet. Might just be a conversation. And no, looks like he's going to take the ball. So the day for Asante Wilson is over. He departs with the Crawdads leading 10-8 here in the top of the 10th inning. Pitching change here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. We'll step aside and have the new pitcher when we come back. Back in the top of the 10th inning, 10-8 Crawdads leading. They've scored twice here in the top of the 10th inning. There's 2 outs and a pitching change. Asante Wilson out, Shane Aldridge is in for the Merchants. We saw Aldridge pinch run for Kahukai Young in the bottom of the 8th inning. Calvillo will take low, ball 1 from the right-hander Shane Aldridge, who does not have any pitching stats. Went to Chabot College on the season, has played in only 1 game. 1-0 is a firm fastball, but misses high and tight to Calvillo. It's 2-0. Has only played in 1 game. It was against the Stompers on July 9th. Went 1 for 4. So not a whole lot to go off of. 2-0 to Calvillo, and got him on the hip. Painful for Calvillo, but he'll have first base on the 2nd time he's been hit by a pitch today. 3rd time he's reached base safely.
Now batting number 33, the right fielder, Mark Wolbert.
Bring up Mark Wolbert. Wolbert 1 for 4 with a single and a walk. Also got a couple of RBIs, trying to keep this top of the 10th rolling as he fouls the first pitch back and out of play. Aldridge relieving Asante Wilson, who was pretty solid. 2 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, only 3 earned, a walk, and 4 Ks. Just couldn't put the Crawdads away when he needed to. 2 outs, top of the 10th inning. Calvillo leading off first 0-1 pitch. Misses down by the shoot tops of Wolbert, and the count will even 1-1. Crawdads have Ethan Liao waiting on deck with 2 outs in the top of the 10th. The Merchants will have the middle of their order coming up for the bottom of the 10th, as the 1-1 pitch misses outside. 2-1. Rocco Borelli, Wyatt Thames, and at least for now, Shane Aldridge. 2-1 to Wolbert. Fastball on the corner called strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two and 2. Down low, ball 3. Counts full on Mark Wolbert. Wolbert would love a walk. It would push Calvillo into scoring position. Calvillo's going to get a head start. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. He takes off, pitch down low, ball 4. The inning will continue. Crawdads have runners on first and second, 2 outs, and Ethan Liao coming up.
11, the DH, Ethan Liao.
Liao's going to get another try here. Hitless on the day. He's 0 for 3. Has walked, stolen a base, and been hit by a pitch. The walk of Wolbert will call for a meeting on the mound between Frank Zapata and Shane Aldridge. Been an unideal start for Shane Aldridge, who hit Cameron Calvillo to lead, or his first batter. He hit Cameron Calvillo, then walked Mark Wolbert. In relief of Asante Wilson here in the top of the 10th inning. Wilson gave up the 2 runs that the Dads were able to score in this inning as the right-handed batter Liao takes a fastball called strike on the edge. 0-1. (10-8) Crawdads looking to extend in the top of the 10th. Calvillo extends. The 0-1 is in the dirt, gets away from Zapata straight to the backstop. It's going to be an easy, free 90 feet on the wild pitch. Crawdads now have 2 runners in scoring position. So a ball and a strike on Ethan Liao. A 2-run cushion for Drew Aguiar feels nice, but a 4-run cushion almost feels like ball game. 1-1. Big curveball and a called strike 2. Liao couldn't believe it. Looked back towards the home plate umpire, Angela Nori, and almost looked like he just said, "Are you kidding?" So he's going to have to protect in a 2-strike hole. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Curveball check swing. They'll appeal and no go, says the first base umpire, Justin Ammett. Count will go to 2-2. A good job by by Ethan Liao to lay off. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position with the Crawdads leading by 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball blew it past him. Ethan Liao strikes out, swinging to end the 10th inning. But the Crawdads score 2 on 2 hits and take a 2-run lead to the bottom of the 10th inning. It'll be Rocco Borelli, Wyatt Thames, Shane Aldridge, with Jack Rogers being the extra innings runner when we come back. Aguiar to the hill, looking to close out the Merchants here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Here in the bottom of the 10th inning, Crawdads with a 2-run lead, and Drew Aguiar back to work. 3, 4, and 5 for the Merchants as they try to work themselves back into the ballgame. Had a 6-0 lead in the 5th. A pickoff attempt is off of the calf of Jack Rogers, who's, I don't officially know the right term for it. I just keep saying ghost runner. It's kind of what you hear. The extra innings rule runner is what he is, leading off second base to start the bottom of the 10th inning. First pitch from Aguiar, big curveball to Rocco Borelli, but it misses outside, 1-0. Borelli, a base hit back in the 6th. He's scored a couple of runs, a sacrifice fly, been hit, been walked. Been a busy day for the Merchants' first baseman. Righty on righty matchup, 1-0. Another curveball and a called strike, 1-1. Looked like Borelli wanted to get a swing off, but just a perfectly located curveball from Aguiar. Wyatt Thames waits on deck. He will be pinch hitting for Casey Levitt McGee. 1-1. Fastball popped up right center field, not deep. Wolbert strolls over towards his right, able to make the catch. No tag from the runner on second. After a good strong throw, gets away from Azpilicueta. Aguiar pulls it in and no advance. So 1 up, 1 down to start the bottom of the 10th inning. Azpilicueta pinch hit for Nico DeFazio. That was in the 9th inning. He takes over defensively. Here's Wyatt Thames, who, like I mentioned, took over for Casey Levitt McGee. He pinch ran for him in the 8th. Thames, right-handed batter, has crushed the Crawdads this year and grounds one right to Azpilicueta. He gobbles, looks to second, throws high to first and away from Kosciuszko. Moving into third base is Jack Rogers. Going to second is Thames. And here we go again. Actually went out of play. So Rogers will score. Could have been the second out of the inning. Instead, Merchants have the tying run on second with one out. Got a feel for Drew Aguiar. You really do. Feels like every time he's slotted into a save situation or late in the game, something out of his control happens, and it's happened again. It was Azpilicueta who made the error in game one of this series back at Monte Vista in the top of the 11th inning that allowed 2 runs to score, that allowed the Merchants to take a 2-run lead, an 8-6 lead into the bottom of the 11th inning. Crawdads were fortunate enough to score 3 in the bottom of the 11th and walk it off. Here's Shea Aldridge, and he takes down low ball 1. I actually think it's a pinch hitter, but no announcement has been made, so don't really know. Thames leading off second. Swing and a miss. It is. There's going to be an offensive timeout. Thank goodness, that helps me out. It's Luke Piazza. Piazza pinch hitting for Aldridge, Kai Young. Kai Young started the game at DH, was pinch ran for with Aldridge. An 0-2 count for Luke Piazza, pinch hitting for Shea Aldridge here in the bottom of the 10th inning. 10-9 Crawdads leading. Been really back and forth, especially in the later stages of this game. It was 6-0 after 5. Merchants were winning. Crawdads would score 7 runs in the 7th and 8th innings. Merchants were able to get 2 to retake the lead. Crawdads got 1 in the top of the 9th to send us to extras. Then 2 in the top of the 10th. They've scored in each of the last 4 innings. But they're trying to hold the Merchants off the board here in the bottom of the 10th. Piazza back in the box. Left-handed batter ready. 0-2 pitch from Aguiar. Fastball taken, strike 3 on the corner. Aguiar gets Piazza looking. There's the second out of the bottom of the 10th. Huge, huge, huge from Drew Aguiar. It'll bring up the last chance for the Merchants, Rocco Granucci. Tying run in scoring position. Granucci doubled in his last at-bat back in the 8th inning. Takes a pitch that misses high here, 1-0. Aguiar now in his 3rd inning of relief. A guy that never tires. A rubber arm. 1-0. Another curveball this time drops in for a strike to even things up, 1-1. Thames, the runner on second, reached via an error. Throwing error by the third baseman, newly entered third baseman Nico Azpilicueta. Ball and a strike. Aguiar fires another curveball. Good spot, but it misses outside, 2-1. New catcher, by the way, it's Xavier Rios. He pinch ran for Nikhil Beasley in the top of this inning. 1-2 pitch, or 2-1 pitch rather, is a called strike on the corner, 2-2. Merchants down to their final strike after they led this game 6-0 in the 6th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with the tying run on second base. Aguiar peers home, shakes off Rios a couple of times, agrees, and comes set. 2-2 on the way. Curveball and a great spit from Rocco Granucci. The count goes full. Winning run at the plate, tying run. Wyatt Thames leading off second. Jace Jeremiah, the shortstop, waits on deck. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Crawdads an out away from snapping a 2-game road losing streak. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball top of the zone, called ball 4. Aguiar tried to get him to chase, but Granucci knew better and takes ball 4 after a good battle in a 3-2 count. Not much changes for Drew Aguiar. Now just runners first and second, still 2 outs. But Jace Jeremiah, who's had a solid day with the stick, coming up. 2 for 4, a double, a single, a walk, a run scored. Struck out in his last at-bat. It was the first strikeout for Drew Aguiar on the day. Righty-righty matchup is Jeremiah fouls the first pitch into the parking lot. It's 0-1. Crawdads have scored all 10 runs in the game in the 7th inning or later. Merchants trying to scratch at least one across and keep things going. 0-1 pitch. Fastball a little high, 1-1. Crawdads leading 10-9, bottom of the 10th inning. A run home, reached via an error. 1-1. Looked like a changeup, just floated, never really came back towards the zone, and it's 2-1. Still nobody warming in the Crawdads bullpen. Gonna be Aguiar's game to finish, for better or for worse. 2 balls, a strike, 2 outs, runners on first and second. Winning run on first, tying run on second. 2-1 pitch. Fastball high and tight, 3-1. Command starting to waver a little bit for Drew Aguiar. Been a bit all over the place. Three balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Blake Jacobs waits on deck. 3-1. Fastball and called strike 2. Looked like Jeremiah was taking all the way. So again, we'll have a 3-2 pitch. Runners will be off and running. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Aguiar comes set, takes 1 big deep breath. The 3-2 pitch, line drive, center field. That'll get past the dive of Cam Calvillo and into center field, a base hit. Thames comes home to score, and the game is tied at 10.
Now batting for number 44.
Granucci goes first to third. And it looks like there's going to be a change. Pinch hitter is Aiden Toklas taking over for Blake Jacobs. Just such a frustrating inning. Frustrating later part of the game. Crawdads bullpen has been dynamite this year. Been so good. Crawdads have given them the lead in 2 separate innings, but haven't been able to hold it. Runner goes off first as Toklas takes a strike. It's 0-1. So Jeremiah into second base. His run means nothing. Winning run 90 feet away on third. It's Rocco Granucci. No balls, a strike to Aiden Toklas, who's pinch hitting for Blake Jacobs. 0-1 pitch in the dirt, ball 1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Aguiar has had 2 outs in this inning for a couple of batters. And you think back to the error. 1-1 pitch. Curveball outside, ball 2. The error on Nico Azpilicueta wouldn't have ended the game, but the next batter struck out. Would have been out number 3. 2 balls, a strike, 2 outs, bottom of the 10th. 2-1. Fastball perfectly located on the corner to even the count, 2-2. Granucci leads off third. He's the winning run. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Toklas and Aguiar in a battle. The 2-2. Inside ball 3, a third straight 3-ball, 2-strike count for Drew Aguiar. Crawdad infield paying no attention to the base runners. No doubles defense. The 3-2 pitch, grounded softly right side. Walker charges hard. Going to be close at first. They got him by a step. Nice play from Isaiah Walker, Crawdad second baseman. Underhand flip to first to retire Aiden Toklas. But 2 runs in the inning for the Merchants to keep this thing going. We're going to the 11th here at Pat Bale Field. 10-10 tie on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Tobin Cantrell toes the slab for the top of the 11th inning. 10-10 or tied. Crawdads and Merchants. It's been a wild one. Crawdads have scored all 10 of their runs in the 7th inning or later. The bullpen has not been able to hold on. Tobin Cantrell has struggled overall on the year. 11.32 ERA and making his 8th appearance of the year, but was really, really good a couple of days ago against the Crawdads. He will have Aiden Camberg, Nico Asbil-Cueta, and Xavier Rios, with Ethan Liao doing the running on second base here in the 11th with the extra inning runner rule. Camberg 3/4 of the way to the cycle. Just needs the double. Squares to bunt. Gets it down left side. Pretty good. Third baseman's charging hard. He's going to throw to first. A little low. Can't be handled by Brady Wetzel. So Aiden Camberg has his 4th hit of the day. This one, a bunt single. Crawdads have runners on the corners. Nobody out. And Nico Asbil-Cueta.
Now batting, number 22, the third baseman, Nico Asbil-Cueta.
Runners on the corners, nobody out, top of the 11th. Asbil-Cueta had the RBI ground out to tie the game at 8 in the 9th. Camberg, small lead off first, not going anywhere, takes down low on a fastball. Lefty Cantrell comes set. 1-0. Fastball, big cut. Azpilicueta a little late, and it goes to 1-1. Cantrell, the 7th arm to be used by the Merchants in this game. 1-1. Big curveball and a called strike. It's 1-2. Camberg takes his lead off first, Liao off third. Ball 2 strikes to Azpilicueta. Pitch laced the other direction and nearly took the head off of first base coach Austin Harrington. Crawdads scored 4 times in the top of the 7th, 3 in the top of the 8th, once in the top of the 9th, twice in the top of the 10th. The Merchants have been able to respond as the pitch to Azpilicueta misses up and away. It's 2-2. 2 in the bottom of the 8th, 2 in the bottom of the 10th. The 2 in the bottom of the 8th allowed the Merchants to take the lead, but with 1 out, Aiden Camberg would hit a triple and come home on the RBI groundout from this guy at the plate right now. 3-2 to Azpilicueta. Another foul ball. The at-bat will continue. We're tied at 10 here in the top of the 11th. Running out of room on the scorebook. 11 hits for the Dads, 14 for the Merchants. Looks like a left-hander is getting loose in the Crawdads bullpen, so the night for Drew Aguiar could be over. 2-2, runner goes. Pitch is called a ball. No, called strike 3. Camberg's able to take second base as Azpilicueta goes looking. Very, very late and nonchalant call from home plate umpire Angela Nori. Here's Xavier Rios, who pinch ran for Nikhil Beasley in the top of the 10th, getting his first cuts. Saw him defensively in the bottom of the 10th inning. Right-handed batter with the infield in. Cantrell holds his glove to his chest, comes home with the first pitch. Misses high, 1-0. Go-ahead run leading off third base, less than 90 feet away. 1-0 to Xavier Rios. He takes high, ball 2. Rios has started to get it going a bit, just like the other catchers on the squad who kind of all got off to slow starts. Rios now up to 262 on the year with 9 runs batted in. 2-0 pitch. Fastball in the dirt, somehow stopped by Frank Zapata. Just kind of threw his glove down into the dirt and got a piece. Rios coming off his best game of the year, a game in which he went 3 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs against these Merchants. 3-0 pitch, he's taken all away and takes a strike. It's 3-1. That was game 1 of this 4-game series. Feels like such a long time ago, kind of because it was 2 days in between the last game that these two teams played. 3-1 to Rios. Check swing on a pitch up and out of the zone. It's ball 4. A 1-out walk will bring up Casey Cummings. With the bases loaded. Casey had a bunt single in the top of the 10th. Came around to score a run. He's swung it well today. Only 2 hits to show they're both singles, but has flown out to pretty deep straightaway center field twice. With the bases loaded and 1 out, a fly ball would do the trick. Check swing on the first pitch. He went around on a pitch that would have been called either way. It's 0-1. Corners still up for the Merchants. The middle infield will go back as the 0-1. Misses up and above the zone. It's 1-1. The first baseman, Rocco Borelli, not really holding on. Not paying any attention to the runner on first. And the third baseman, Aiden Taklas, with his toes on the grass, is the 1-1 pitch. Misses below the zone. 2 balls, a strike on Casey. Curveball below the zone. 3 balls and a strike to Casey Cummings. Crawdads with the go-ahead lead 90 feet away. 3 balls, a strike, 1 out, top of the 11th inning. The 3-1 pitch, check swing on ball 4. Casey went around on a pitch that would have scored a run. Still has another life. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bases filled with Crawdads. The 3-2. Strike 3. Casey knew it. Fastball right down the middle. It froze him. Things will be left up to Isaiah Walker.
The second baseman, Isaiah Walker.
It's the second strikeout for Aiden Toklas. Walker had the big hit at the time in the top of the 10th, which plated 2 runs. Bases still loaded, 2 outs. Toklas lefty comes home. A slider didn't slide. It's 1-0. Walker's got 2 hits on the day. Once in the 7th, once in the 10th. He's 2 for 5 with 3 Ks. 1-0. Fastball off the inside corner. 2 balls, no strikes. Liao leads off third. Camberg off second. Rios off first. Liao is the extra innings rule runner. Camberg had a bunt single, and Xavier Rios walked. 2-0 swing and a miss. Huge cut from Isaiah Walker. He comes up empty-handed. It's 2-1. Walker riding a 10-game hitting streak. His OPS has gone from 703 to 782 in that span. He's been on fire. 2-1. Misses high above the zone. It's 3-1. Second straight 3-ball count for Tobin Cantrell. Three balls, a strike, 2 outs. Go ahead run off third. 3-1 pitch. Called strike 2. Walker was heading down towards first, but it looked like a pretty good pitch. And the count goes full. Runner's going to get a head start with a 3-2 count and 2 outs in the top of the 11th inning. Cantrell set from the stretch. 3-2 pitch, hit on the ground right at the third baseman, Aiden Toklas. He steps on third, and the inning is over. Crawdads had the bases loaded, 1 out. They do not score. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th inning. 10-10 tie here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. 10-10 tie here in the bottom of the 11th inning. It's still Drew Aguiar on the hill. It's tough to blame him for the events that have occurred in his outing thus far. Had a ground ball to Nico Azpilicueta in the 10th. Would have been the second out. Azpilicueta threw it into the dugout, and another run would come home to score. We're tied at 10. Still on the hill, working with the bottom of the order, Brady Wetzel, and a ghost runner on second base, Aiden Toklas. Wetzel squares the bunt, gets it down left side. Azpilicueta lets it dribble foul. So Wetzel will start in an 0-1 hole. Wetzel 3 for 5 on the day. 3 hits are all singles. Toklas, the extra inning runner, he leads off second base. We've been treated to a back and forth back half of this game. It was all Merchants in the first half. In fact, they led 6-0. Crawdads have scored all 10 of their runs in the 7th or later. Squaring to bunt again is Wetzel. He'll pull back and take a strike. It's 0-2. Crawdads have the bunt defense on with Kosciuszko charging. Azpilicueta staying home at third. No balls, 2 strikes. Aguiar looking for the first out. The 0-2 is bunted back towards the first baseman. Kosciuszko can't handle it, and Wetzel's going to reach on the bunt single. Kosciuszko was charging hard, cut it off just in front of the mound, and it popped up out of his glove. He was trying to make the hero play towards third. He was never going to get it, was never going to be able to turn around and fire to first either. Wetzel was moving too well. So, winning run on third base. Wetzel's run means nothing, but he's got his 4th hit of the day. And the top of the order, Frank Zapata coming up. Infield comes in. Everyone's got their toes on the grass. Runner takes off for second. Pitch is fouled back and out of play. Zapata will start in an 0-1 hole. Zapata, a double, a single, 2 runs scored. Flew out to right against Aguiar. Is also walked against Aguiar. 0-1. Runner goes. Pitch is called a strike. It's 0-2. Defensive indifference allows Brady Wetzel to move up 90 feet. His run means nothing. Winning run 90 feet away. Nobody out in the bottom of the 11th inning. 0-2 pitch. Grounded right side. Walker can't handle it. The game's over. The Alameda Merchants walk off the Walnut Creek Crawdads in 11 innings. 11-10 is the final from Pat Blair Field. Crawdads had chances. They couldn't get it done. They led going into the bottom of the 8th, into the bottom of the 10th. Couldn't score with the bases loaded, 1 out in the top of the 11th, and it only takes a couple of batters for the Merchants in the bottom of the 11th. Just a brutal game. Crawdads showed fight to come back down 6-0, but couldn't finish it off. Got a feel for Drew Aguiar. He was way better than his line's going to show. He's going to get tagged with the loss, but it's not his fault, and not his fault at all. Defense failed him when he needed his defense most. I don't really have much else to add. I really, really don't. Tobin Cantrell is going to get the win. We've been here for over 4 hours. Actually, 4 hours and 20 minutes to be exact. We got things started at 6:06. Crawdads fall to 15-8. Alameda Merchants improve to 8-13. Crawdads lose their 3rd consecutive game on the road. Not a good streak to hold. Alameda has been playing some good ball. They've won their 4th straight home game, their 3rd straight. They've got the longest winning streak, active winning streak in the CCL North as of now. That is a team that's really turned their season around from the start. Started 1-9. They started 1-9. They're 7-4 since. One more time. 11-10, the final from Pat Bale Field. Just a tough loss. A tough loss. Looked like it could have been game of the year. Instead, it'll be the 8th loss of the year. Crawdads return home tomorrow at Monte Vista, 4 p.m. Amar and Olivia will have the post-game show coming up shortly here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. For Austin Oda, my name is Carson Mercier. Thank you, everyone, to tuning in.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for another Walnut Creek Crawdads post-game show. As you can hear the song in the background, unfortunately the Crawdads won't be on that end of celebrating. They lose a heartbreaking one against the Alameda Merchants, once again falling 15-8, losing 11-10. I'm joined here with Olivia. I'm at a loss for words with what we just saw. Olivia, take us through that, pretty much that entire second half.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so many ups and downs. And like we were saying, it's not that it was all bad. I mean, we came back from a huge deficit. And what was it? Late in the game, scoring 4 runs, then 3 runs, and pulling it together. We brought it into extra innings. It was just, we just could not finish. And it was just because of errors and mistakes made in the infield. And it's tough to watch these guys who are usually so on it and so calm and confident make these simple mistakes, especially in a time when they didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
couldn't afford to do that.
And it's really interesting because I always say, like, my key for the Crawdads before every game is that they got to get runs early into the game. And at some point, this was unfortunately, and I hate to say it, but it would catch up to them. And granted, again, as you mentioned, the Aiden Camberg homer that got them on the board for their first run, that kind of was obviously a momentum setter. Then you had guys like Nikhil Beasley and Nico DeFazio getting a plate. It seemed like they were rallying, and they went on that rally like they've had in previous games, starting in the 6th inning where they had 4 runs, then the 7th inning where they had 3 runs. And as you mentioned, every inning except this last inning, they had a run in each of those innings. So unfortunately, that rally just at some point, those late rallies are going to catch up to them, and it caught up to them today. Again, this team fights through adversity, but it just wasn't enough to close the gap. And with that being said, they lose 15-8. 3-2 now against the Merchants. Merchants slowly but surely crawling their way into tying up this series. Again, this team will face this team tomorrow as well. We'll face this team later on July 23rd. But with that being said, Olivia, any last-minute thoughts?
You know, it's a disappointing loss, but so much credit to the guys because it's being in that bullpen and having the opportunity to do so, seeing their energy that they bring, the excitement for each other. Drew Aguiar coming to pitch at the end, and everybody into it and excited for him. Xavier Rios pinch hitting for Nico DeFazio. Everyone excited. He's got on base. As disappointing as this is, it's great to continue to watch them have each other's backs, be excited for each other, and keep that energy. And I hope that, obviously they can feel defeated tonight, but they come back with that same energy tomorrow at home.
Yeah, it's what you mentioned in the pregame show, too. You talked about the fact that they were knocking on the door, and they just couldn't finish. And that's ultimately what happened today. Drew Aguiar literally 1 strike away twice in that last inning, in that 10th inning, and just they could not get it done. So unfortunately, the Crawdads come out the wrong end of this one. With that being said, the Crawdads down 15-8, still first in the CCL North, but got to start watching out for Sonoma as they're starting to creep their way into that first seed. The Merchants now 8-13 on a 2-game win streak. Crawdads losers of 3 of their last 4. So definitely keep an eye on right there in the standings as we get closer to the end of the season. But with that being said, thank you so much for joining us for another Walnut Creek Crawdads game. I'm Amar Khan here, joined with Olivia. Have a great night, and go Dads.